It's episode 339 of The Platformers, and I am Jonathan Platformers, also known as Brian Barnett. He's a sick boy. We did make it. We did make it. Jesus. That's wild, wild, wild stuff. But Lucas has braved his illness to be here because this is a very special episode. Very special episode of The Platformers. This is the Game of the Year episode. The time has come to decide what the best games of 2024 were, and we're here to set the record straight. None of this doing this shit in November. This is the real deal. We played games through the end of the year. And you're going to know because there's going to be a game, there's going to be at least one game on here. It's not on a lot of other Game of the Year lists. But let's get to it. Yeah. We will get to it. But yeah. So this year, if you've watched our Game of the Year episodes in past years, you will know that we've had a platformers specific format, which is each, I almost said each character. It's games on the brain. But we each had our critic pick, which is the game that we would give closest to a perfect score. And then we would have our heart pick, which is the game that spoke to us personally the most. Now, we can still each highlight those, but we're going with a little bit of a different format this year. Oh, wait, hold on. Mom Jum in the chat says, I can't even look at you with that LA cap on your head. And Platysaur says, Game of the Year episode, let's go. All right, hold on. I'll turn it around bad and be a bad boy. God, that just looks terrible. That looks awful. No. I'm sorry. Hold on. Here we go. Wait, hold on. We're going to see. There we go. All right. Don't worry about it. Now you just get to see Donatello for the show. Don't worry about it. It's going to be great. Platysaur in the chat says, Brian is like, how do you do, fellow kids? It's true. All right. So this episode, we are going to each give you our personal top 10s and then some honorable mentions. And then we are actually going to struggle against each other, sharpening each other's opinions like steel against steel, to create the official Platformers top 10 list, which is what we're going to end up with. And as a little sneak peek, I'm going to let you, the viewer at home, follow along on this handy little thing right here. It is shiny and fancy. Well, if you're looking at the stream, you'll be able to see it. But I'm going to be building the list on the side right here. So as we update it, you will see that clearly the best games will go at the very top, and I've just put one there. And you don't need to worry about that. Don't worry about that. We're going to see what happens. So, yeah. I think you probably do. It was. I erased it, but it was. Yeah. All right. So, let's each go through. We'll go through in the order we introduced ourselves on the show, and we'll each give our top 10s. We'll just do like a quick one sentence. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Oh, no, we can't hear Chris's audio. Hold on. Oh, no. Check. All right. Chris, let me hear you.
Hear me. Can you hear me?
And Will.
Yo.
And Lucas.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, we're good. That was on me. That was on me. But we're good now.
Okay.
We're good now. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that one was on me. Oh well. So we are all going to get into our personal top tens real quick. And then we'll start building out the list. So we'll go around in the order that we introduced ourselves. So I'll go ahead. You know what? I'm actually going to kick it to Chris. I'll wrap it up.
All right. All right. Okay, so I got 3 honorable mentions. These are games that I played a little bit but didn't finish and didn't get enough to, but they probably would have appeared here somewhere. Those are Skald against the Black Priory, Metaphor ReFantazio, and Tactical Breach Wizards. For the actual top 10, from 10 to 1, ascending. V Rising, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, Inkbound, UFO 50, Pacific Drive, Balatro, Mouthwashing, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, only at second, I know, astonishing, which
Oh,
means 1000 times resist is the winner.
very nice. Very nice. Very
Which
nice.
leads into Will's selection.
Yeah. Well, what's your
I
top
didn't really
10?
have any honorable mentions. I guess if I had to pick one, it would be Reader's Rewind. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was a really great beat 'em up. My top 10, I guess I'll go from 10 to 1. Chris's example here. At number 10, Metal Slug Tactics. At number 9, EDF 6. Number 8, Rise of the Ronin. Number 7, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Number 6, Dustborn. Number 5, MechWarrior 5 Clans. Number 4, The Axis Unseen. Number 3, Helldivers 2. Number 2, Tekken 8. And number 1, Mouthwashing.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. Lucas.
Yo. All right. 1 second. Okay. All right. So runners up. I've got 6 of those, I believe. So Balatro, Shadow Generations, Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven, Harold Halibut, the Castlevania Dominus Collection,
Hell yeah, Castlevania.
and Power Rangers Reader's Rewind.
Nice.
All right, my full list from 10 to 1. Mouthwashing, number 10. Read Only Memories, Neurodiver. Accidentally wrote that incorrectly because I guess I had Gibson on the brain.
We were just talking about Neuromancer.
It works.
I mean,
Yeah.
as one does, right?
Yeah.
I never don't
Okay.
have Gibson on the brain, so I get it.
So yeah, Neurodiver. UFO 50, 1000 times resist. A latecomer to the list, Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord.
In true Lucas
Yars
sicko
Rising.
fashion.
It wasn't on there until well, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Yars Rising, Shiren the Wanderer, the Mystery of Serpent Coil Island. Sorry, the Mystery Dungeon of Serpent Coil Island. Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. Fate Stay Night Remastered, and Saga Emerald Beyond.
Wow.
Bold, very bold.
Very nice. Very nice. All right, which rounds it out to me. So my honorable mentions this year are the Marvel vs. Capcom collection.
Boo! It's a re-release.
Yeah,
That's why it's an honorable
that's
mention.
why it's an honorable mention. Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite and Beyond, the mod. Arranger, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Thank Goodness You're Here, and Cataclysmo's early access version.
Shout outs to Cataclysmo. Also Diablo.
For my top 10, from 10 to 1, Marvel Rivals, a very late year, early this year contender. Metaphor ReFantazio, number 8, Indica, number 7, Helldivers 2, number 6, Neva, number 5, Mouthwashing, number 4, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, number 3, 1000X Resist, number 2, Skald Against the Black Priory, and number 1, Balatro.
Say it with us, Balatro.
Mm-hmm.
Shocking. Surprising.
Yep,
Not at all.
He's only been threatening it since last February.
it's true. It's true. A full year.
Uh-huh.
A full year. But yeah, so that is everybody's personal lists. So now, Will, why don't you give us a quick run through on how we're going to go about this?
So, since I kind of suggested this new system based on an old system that was on a past podcast. Basically, what is going to happen here is generally we're going to go like in an order, and we're going to start cutting things. You can cut your own stuff. Generally, people don't. Uh, that's usually like end of the thing. I have this one game that I really want to be on the list, and I feel like it'll be on the list if I cut another one. So basically, we're going to go through and make people justify their picks and be like, hey, I'd like to cut this. Sometimes those cuts are really easy. Sometimes those cuts are really hard. And generally, sometimes we're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't cut this one. Maybe we should move it for later. We also generally tend to move the ones that everybody agrees on into like a protected category until later, right? So like if there's one game or two games that are basically on every list, we move those up and we're like, we're not going to talk about those right now. We'll talk about them at the end, right?
Yeah.
We've kind of confirmed that they're going to be there. So we're going to do that until we get to a top 10 or top 12 or whatever. And then generally we fight over like what number 10 is because somebody really wants their game on the list. And at the end, we order it.
All right.
So we get it down to 10, then we order it.
So
and then we go through, we talk about why those games are there, just as kind of a brief overview, because sometimes some games, like if one game is number one on everybody's list, it doesn't get talked about till the end. So if we don't talk about it, we talk about why it's there. We go through the whole list, and that's it, baby.
Yeah. Mom Jump in the chat says, prepping the Mortal Kombat movie soundtrack for these upcoming fights. That's an excellent idea. If I had somebody running the stream, I would have those little stings whenever, or like, here comes a new challenger, something like that.
Here comes Daredevil.
Yeah. All right. So I think
Heaven or Hell, Duel 1.
I think the Wheel of Fate is turning. All right. So I think we should start with the easy ones to go in the protected category, because I think this is going to be the easiest and the quickest thing to do.
Yes, this is usually what we do.
Yeah, so on 1, 2, 3, 1000X Resist is on everybody's list except Will, because he didn't get to play it. So I think that's going on the list.
Yeah, I think that's
Reasonable.
pretty much a done deal.
I also think, let's see, what else appears multiple times?
Mouthwashing is on everybody's list.
Yeah,
I think it's the only
mouthwashing.
thing.
Yeah. Okay, so that's number 2. Oh,
I
hold
think
on. let me
UFO
pop up-
50 is on there twice.
Yeah, we both have it.
Okay, is there anything? I think Helldivers 2 is on there twice as well.
Helldivers is on there twice. SMT5 is on there twice.
Balatro is twice.
Balatro, Helldivers.
Diablo is
2.
also twice, I think. No, it's honorable mention.
Did you say UFO 50 is on there twice? UFO
Mhm.
50. Anything else that's on there multiple times?
I think that's about
It
it.
might be it, yeah.
Okay. So we've got
Not
5.
as much overlap as I was expecting.
Yeah, I was expecting more as well, but then Lucas came out with all the sicko picks.
Yeah, I
No.
feel like Lucas came out of left field. And, I think 1000 X Resist probably would have been on my list had I had more time, but I didn't. So
Yeah. All right, so we've got 5 games we're not going to be talking about right now: 1000X Resist, Mouthwashing, Balatro, Helldivers 2, and UFO 50, which means
it's
that
cutting time.
it's time to cut.
So generally what we do at this point is we make kind of a master list right below this list of stuff that we're moving up of all the other games, right? We leave everybody's top 10 alone, but we're like, all right, throw them all together on a master list, and we cut that down. So generally we have like kind of, we got our still alive list here, and then our cuts,
Yeah.
right? So
All right, so let's.
Scald is there.
I guess we just cut. I guess we could just copy everything from here up to that still
Indies
alive list, and then we
there.
just delete them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are you taking care of that, Will?
Yep, I am moving
Okay, cool.
everything one game at a time.
Okay, cool.
Now,
So while you're sorting the back end, I may as well just go, I'll offer one up for immediate cut because, yeah. My number 10 is V Rising. I think it's a great game. I think it's an excellent survival game. I've had a lot of fun with it. It's probably got the best combat of any survival game, and it's got really solid progression. It sells the fantasy of being, this gothic vampire overlord It's great. I highly recommend it. However, knowing that it is 10th and I don't really want to expend that much effort fighting to keep it amongst the rest, I'm happy to let it sit for now. It's a great game and deserves a shout out, but it's not going to be at the very top, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. I think
Alright.
see this is generally how this goes, although someone usually is cutting somebody else's games, right?
Yeah.
The harder cuts are gonna come later. So Lucas, do you wanna cut something?
I'm gonna cut Metaphor, motherfucker. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh goddamn.
Like a Dragon should not be.
So I'm not gonna fight super hard for Metaphor because I mean I'll talk about it now, but Metaphor is basically a game that takes a lot of what works for me in Persona and adds a little bit more bite to it. Not a ton, which is why it's not higher on my list, but it adds a little bit more bite to it and smooths out a lot of the rough edges and makes everything just more stylish, more flashy, more enjoyable. I really like the characters. I think the plot is pretty good. It's a lot of fun. And there's not that many games that I played this year that my daughter started drawing the characters of like constantly. In fact, I have several drawings of Hulkenberg and Will and other characters that she has drawn over the year because they really stuck out to her.
That's very cute.
Yeah.
That is.
Um,
All right,
Well,
so
I
where
was-
are we
I
good?
was-
Does anybody want to fight for Metaphor to be in this top 10?
I want to hear why Lucas wants to cut it so ardently, because I think that's probably the most telling.
Yeah, I think usually when someone says I want to cut something, they also provide reasonings for why. So I'd love to hear why Lucas thinks that we should not put it.
I
in
think he was just joking.
I was joking, but since we've already eulogized it, I guess I'll go ahead
there.
and.
No,
I mean, no, you
we
were,
have to
you,
agree to cut it. We're just
you
talking
were,
about it.
You
right
were
now.
joking.
Yeah, you
but
don't
I
have
was,
to cut it right now, but at the same time, it's probably gonna.
So that
It's
that
on
is
one
on
of our
me.
lists, and it's 9.
Lucas, I knew you were joking, but I also wanted to put out there that like this is not one of my sacred cows. Like this is not something I'm gonna fight super hard to keep. So I just wanted to like mention this so that whenever somebody is serious about cutting it, like I've put a little bit out there.
Gotcha.
Also, IGN's goatee, so I'm
It's
happy
true.
just killing it on spite and just go, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Off you go.
I'm Joshua Joestar in the chat says that Will dude is ugly, but that Lucas dude is a snack. That is
Hell yeah.
cold-blooded.
Oh my
Cold-blooded.
god.
And not
Also-
true.
Blatantly
worry.
untrue.
Blatantly
Blatantly
untrue.
untrue.
Trust, hey,
Blatantly
believe your
untrue.
eyes, viewers. Believe your eyes.
Just got a notification.
Sorry, Will,
What's
already.
going on?
Thank you.
Love you
I
too,
am
Luis.
Joshua Joestar for the follow.
So I did try Metaphor twice, and pretty much I bounced off of it twice. I think part of it's like a weird, I don't know how to put it. It almost feels gatekeepy for me because I've always been like I love the hardcore Shin Megami Tensei stuff, and the Persona thing just doesn't really do it for me, and that holds to me still a bit, just for like fundamental reasons. There's just things that happen in that transition that just don't do it for me as much. And credit where credit's due to Metaphor, I think it's visually really interesting. I like the way they kind of are hitting on like Italian art of the era they're kind of poking at. But there's something about the way it's written that really puts me off. Especially early on. It feels like the characters are like reciting ideology a lot. And not really
Kind of just
like,
mouthpieces for
speaking.
what the writers want to talk about.
Yeah.
And that works in games like SMT3 when that's the whole core conceit.
Yeah,
but,
the characters are literally like walking concepts. It's easier to swallow that way.
Yeah. And it's not consistent with its delivery. Sometimes it gets a little ham-fisted in the delivery, particularly at the very end with the villain. But there are times when it does work. It's you know.
I think that's par for the course for that team. Like they're pretty inconsistent, and sometimes I think they swing really hard in certain ways, and in other ways they like really hold back where they maybe should be swinging hard instead.
Yeah.
And I think I feel like the premise, at least it feels like the premise is kind of like what power does fiction have over like how you interact with the real world, I guess. And that's a really hard sell for me because it just feels like a very obvious thing. That's like of course reading fiction, shapes and alters your worldview. I don't need to be like taught this, I guess. And I just what it was kind of selling to me for the first 10 or so hours just really wasn't motivating me to keep going. And on the other hand, just like the more video gamey parts, the way it tackles the job system format is interesting, but it kind of cuts off ways that the things about a job system that are inherently appealing to me, it kind of stops in those specific spots, and that just maybe that's more personal, but it just really like threw me off.
It's probably something I can agree with. I feel like there's not quite enough like pulling skills from everywhere and putting them together. You don't have enough like customization and mix match potential. You're still relatively locked into each archetype when you're playing them with just a couple of variances. So it's like, it's fine, but it could be better.
I also try to get really cute with like MP management in these games.
Yeah.
While at the same time, like dialing back the friction everywhere else, and it's just really confusing. I don't really. That just really like stands out to me as weird and kind of annoying. But yeah,
Especially because they give you the answer immediately. It's like make the main character a mage. Fix.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's like, but I don't want the main character to be a mage. I want the main character to hit things with a sword. I want to
You're gonna
turn
have
people into
MP issues.
dinosaurs, Spider-Man. Yeah, not firing on all cylinders today for obvious reasons, but I think that came out mostly good.
Yeah, I get it. It's why I think I
fine
fell
with
off it as
cutting
well.
Great Value Persona.
I don't know if that's fair.
I think
I
it's
don't know if it's
I think
great
it's-
value. It's
yeah.
incredibly high value.
Great Value Persona is like Mind Zero for the PlayStation Vita.
Yeah.
I'm good with cutting that game too.
Yeah. So
we'll go back to 2012. And
yeah,
Shit,
we
he's
can
right.
cut
into the
metaphor.
darkness.
We can cut metaphor. That's fine.
All right. I mean, the thing is, like, people have to want to fight for it, right? So if nobody's
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
really being like, I want to fight for this, then it gets cut.
Chris laid one down, so I lay one down in solidarity.
Damn, you guys are so much nicer than the last group I did this with.
Hey, we'll get
Only
ugly
for
later.
now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for now, we will be yelling at each other. Insults will be exchanged.
Look, I'm throwing things on the sacrificial pie here, so I can save my powder for defending Yakuza because I'm
Yeah.
defending Yakuza.
Sure.
Talk about, like, social capital.
That's gonna be a weird hill for you to die on, but you will be dead.
At least I'll be dead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. All right, I'm gonna look for something that I can cut. This list of still alive, is this exhaustive up here, Will?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to cut. What am I gonna cut?
Is it going to be someone else's or is it going to be one of yours?
I think I'm going to cut, and this is one I don't want to. So, okay. I have the option to cut things that I don't know anything about, or I can cut things that I do know about.
See, the fun thing is cutting something you don't know anything about, but you can also it's your cut. You
Yeah.
can also come back to it if you want. I know
Why is that
exactly
the
what I'm
fun
going to
thing?
say when it's my turn.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna cut I'm gonna cut the Axis Unseen because I don't know anything about it, and if I don't know anything about it, then it can't be worth a damn, right?
Jesus.
Right?
Damn, you're a fraud. All right.
Can't
So the
agree with
Axis
that
Unseen,
because of how my list looks.
Oh, we'll get
you
to
are a
you.
fraud.
I
You
just
are a
it's
fraud.
just one of the ones that I saw.
You are a fraud. So I'm actually gonna fight for the Axis Unseen because I think it's really cool.
Okay.
So the Axis Unseen is a solo game by Nate Percupal, who worked for Bethesda and worked on the Elder Scrolls for a really long time, and you can see it when you play it because it's first person. But it's also like very horror-y, where like there's monsters and you have a bow and you have arrows and you have a knife, and your job is to kind of navigate this world and kill the monsters and figure out what's going on. And the thing that makes it unique is that like it actually puts its money where its mouth is as far as like the systems are part of the gameplay, where it's like, hey, if you are moving over rocks, you're going to make a lot of noise. If you make a lot of noise, shit is going to come and kill you. And oh, by the way, it can also smell you. So occasionally you're going to have to hold up your quiver, and there's a little flag on your quiver, and be like, which way is the wind going? Because I know there is that big ass walking tree over there, and it wants me dead. And if I go downwind of the big ass walking tree, it is going to come over here and kill me. Simultaneously, you also have like very limited ammunition for your arrows. You know,
Yeah,
you
I
start
was just
off
about
with
to
like,
ask about that.
I forget the exact number, but it's no more than 4, right? Like you have 4, and you can pick them up after you shoot them, provided you can go find them and get close to them, in which case they kind of teleport back to your quiver. There's also some really interesting takes on magic, and the world is really interesting because it basically tells you nothing other than like, here's the basics of how this works. You get everything that you know from like finding the journals of other hunters and just traveling around the world and being like, okay, I'm here. I know this enemy like likes to live in this area, right? And so it's really, really unique. And I haven't played a game like it. And I like figuring out how to kill stuff is really satisfying because the game really doesn't tell you. You kind of have to figure it out or find like a journal that's like, this is how you kill this thing. Right? Like one of the first things that I found was there was this big like kind of like a deer, but it was like a really powerful like big deer, and I did not know what to do about it, and it seemed like my arrows were not doing anything until I realized that I could light my arrows on fire and shoot it with those. And that is how I killed it. And that was like the first time where I'd seen something that was really big and scary, and the answer was not run away. Like you have to figure out how to deal with this, right? So I think it's really, really unique and very clever, and like fully lives in the idea of like, we are not going to over tutorialize you. You're just going to kind of get dropped in here and figure out what you want to do. It also has a really cool heavy metal aesthetic, which if you play it for any length of time, like looks like a metal album cover, in like the best possible way. So
I think that's what it's described as on Steam. It's like
Yeah, heavy metal horror game.
Yeah.
yeah.
I read those. I'm just like, cool. I need to play this.
Yeah,
At
Axis
wishlist.
Unseen is very, very cool, and I got to write about it for Shack News. So I am resistant to this because I think it is if we talk about like indies are doing really unique things, like the Axis Unseen is very much unlike anything else, where you are constantly trying to figure out how stuff works, and it does not tell you. You're just gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah.
So let's leave it in there for now then.
Mhm.
We'll come back to that when the overall arrangements go. I think that's a good enough defense against, the cut. You got your parry off. You're good.
Yeah, I know I'm good. Thank you. My turn. I want to cut Marvel Rivals.
I was going to cut Marvel Rivals, so. I
Oh, you
accept
were?
this.
Oh, interesting. Okay,
Good
so
one.
I have no allies in here. Okay. All right.
You have an ally, but I'm trying to be practical here. There's
It's also
only
like
so many
number 10 on
games.
your list or whatever. Like,
It's
Yeah,
number 10
it's-
on your list. It's not on mine, despite me playing it
yeah,
as
it's
much, if not more
just
so than
you.
you.
Like I have
Yeah.
seen you guys play this game. I don't think you can make a reasonable argument for why it should be here over like all this other stuff.
I love
because,
it. It's great, but I don't think it means anything, especially not compared to the rest.
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's
do
just like
anything so standout that it deserves to be celebrated.
like it's fun, but it's also like Marvel Overwatch, and it really literally is Marvel Overwatch, like right down to the way the systems work, right? It's just Marvel characters, and I think that's cool. And I'm not saying it's bad, but I think if we had to pick 10 games from this list, right, and we've got some really, really, really good games on this list, I would be really, really hard pressed to be like, yeah, man, this should be either over Tekken or UFO 50 or I don't know,
So
Indica.
so the reason so one of the filters that I looked through making my list was how novel is this experience? And another filter that I was looking through is how likely am I to be playing this game into the future? That was, you know, Will and I were having a conversation the other day. Some video games are art, some video games are toys, some video games are both, and that's totally fine. And Marvel Rivals is exceptional at being a really fun toy to play with. And that is something that, frankly, instead of, going with the great value Overwatch thing, I think Marvel Rivals is better than Overwatch. I like it more. I feel like a lot of times there is and Will knows this, uh, he has suffered the slings and arrows of Arc System Works as they try to balance the game and take some of the fun out of it. And the Marvel Rivals team is like, we're not doing that. We're leaving the fun things in. We don't give a fuck about balance. We're not forcing people to run 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 2 healers. You can queue as whatever. And if you want to discover new, team comps and stuff like that, some people run 5 healers or 6 healers or whatever. And it's just ridiculous. And I like that there is that more freeform ability. As Groot, you can place walls everywhere. You can place walls on another wall and then have a platform that people can jump up on and snipe their enemies from. It's just, it's really fun. It is the best arena shooter I think I've played since, I guess, Halo Infinite, probably. And I can see myself sticking with it for a while. Like this is something that I want to play like all the time. Since I got into it, it's been something that I've been like, all right, let's get on there. And as Platysaur in the chat says, how about that Invisible Woman though? Which is true. Sue Storm has got it going on.
For real though, regardless of looks and design, she's got an amazing set of abilities.
It's so
and
fun,
she's
dude.
easily the most fun support to play in that for me.
Yeah.
Easy.
I threw a Thor off a cliff to his death. It was awesome. Just boop, just pushed him. It was great.
Cool. Seems like a game that people should be playing with their friends and not a game that should be on our top 10.
Yeah.
That is my ultimate counterpoint. I think it's a great game. I love it. I will play more of it. I will hit you up to play more of it later today, possibly. Probably not. We don't have time. But yeah, it's ultimately just that. It's a very, very good toy. But it's still a toy. And I want more from that. I want this list to be more than that. And most of the other games here are in many ways more than that.
Yeah.
So shout out to Marvel Rivals. I don't think it should stick around.
Yeah. Sorry. It's gone. It's gone. But I really enjoy it. I think people should play it. And yeah. So there we go.
Seconded.
Rivals is cut.
Rip.
Whose turn is it to cut? Lucas?
Oh God.
Will, you just cut Rivals, right?
I did just cut Rivals.
Okay, Lucas, it's your turn to cut.
Okay.
Put the elevator music on. Throw me back where I belong. There's some good ass games on this list still to come though, that's for sure.
That's true.
It's definitely a tough one.
Oh, also, while we're waiting for Lucas to decide his cut thing, I'll just put it in a plug. I've been writing. Speaking of Marvel Rivals, it's been what I've been playing a lot, and I've written a lot of character guides that are going up on Kotaku. So if you want to learn, check it out.
I'll also do an honorable move and cut something from my own list. I don't think it's reasonable to expect it to make it to the end, but it is a game I really liked, and that's going to be Read Only Memories Neurodiver. It is a
If you can't remember the name properly because of William Gibson, it shouldn't be on the list.
sure, and not because Neuromancer was already somewhere in the dock. Yeah, it's
Actually
basically
is, huh?
a visual novel. It's only a couple hours long. It tells a very short story. Um, but just in terms of the way it's told and the voice talent, the music, the vibes, it does all the like pieces are just executed really well for what it is. Um, and in some ways, it's things that like I feel like I would think are cringe or obnoxious anywhere else. Like it does kind of the anime pop cyberpunk thing where everything's like purple and yellow and shit like that. And normally I see that I'm kind of like, okay, whatever, I'm gonna look elsewhere. But for whatever reason here it just works. It's like the people who made this absolutely were watching pirated VHS tapes of like Bubblegum Crisis and shit back in the day, and I can tell just from going through the story. And I think that goes a long way in a time where that kind of aesthetic is just used as like an easy way to, you know, Funko Pop people in. Um, so this game kind of really surprised me when I played it, and I really just wanted to give it a shout out. But I have no intentions to try to push it, you know, past a lot of the other more, I don't know,
Hotly
more
contested
broadly
arguments.
appealing. Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
nobody else is going to stand up for Neurodiver. I'm not.
I'd give
So
it I give it props, though I still haven't got around to it yet. But it's one I want to.
Yeah.
yeah, I like it. If you like visual novels, I think you should try it. It's only a few hours. There's not really gameplay to it. It's just cool stuff, and then it's done. Yeah, I think it does a really good job. R.I.P. Neurodiver.
R.I.P. All right. So that's 4 cuts so far. So now it's back to me at the top of the rotation. Let's see. Hmm.
Still a lot of easy ones, or you can just get a conversation going immediately.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut Inkbound.
I'm gonna fight you.
Oh snap!
Surprise, surprise.
Fight between the only two people that played Inkbound. Oh no!
Yeah. That's the reason. That's the reason why I'm doing it. Is I
Yeah,
played
These
it.
cuts are
you're picking a
surprising.
fight immediately. All right.
I played it and it didn't particularly. I mean, I like what it's doing, but it's this. It's similar to the like the. It's not similar to the Marvel Rivals thing, but it's similar to the point that Lucas just made of like I don't think this is making it. So
And I accept that.
it's
Listen,
it's a mercy killing.
I
Oh
get
no!
that, but I'm going to at least come in and defend. I'm not going to keep it on this list. I accept the cut, but I'm going to give it the eulogy,
Yeah,
if nothing else.
for sure,
okay?
absolutely, go
So
for
why?
it.
Why?
We love
But
a
I want
eulogy.
to first. What do you think about it? Why do you feel it's
Oh, that's
not
true.
quite
That's true.
there?
So I do feel like the so it's a roguelike. I do think that the wrinkle on combat is interesting and engaging, but I just don't think I don't think that in contrasting with several of the games on our list that I know are going to make it into the top 10 that carve out way more of a storytelling, thought-provoking, like foot forward. I didn't find the world that they were building to be really compelling. I felt that it was mostly the thing that I had pulling me forward was mostly mechanical, and I didn't think it was it was engaging enough even from a mechanical perspective to overtake the other things on these lists. It's
enough.
it is suffering by comparison, even though I think it is neat on its own.
All right. Well, so if you had picked like something like Lorelei lower on my list, I would go, yeah, okay, fine. But Inkbound, I at least want to really give credits here because I think it's really slept on. I think
I almost
it's a
picked
lot better
Lorelei.
than a lot of people. There. Well, I'll probably cut Lorelei next, but yeah. Or maybe I'll cut one of yours.
Yeah, do it.
Anyway,
Do it.
point being, Inkbound. I think a lot of people slept on it. Not a lot of people talk about it or acknowledge it to the point where I think even the devs have kind of moved on from it. Like it's been quiet from them for a little bit. Like it's fully out. It's not like in early access or anything, but like they seem to have just moved on from the project rather than continuing to support it. So a little bit sad, but at the same time, what's here is really good. I find it a super compelling roguelike to play. I like a lot of the systems. I like the amount of variety and the way it encourages you to try out different builds and concepts and such within it. I generally would agree with the world and characters and such being like they're interesting, but not really anything super great. But there is something really, really interesting that it does towards the end, and I think this is almost certainly a response to it being in early access because your character is silent, and everyone else is kind of pushing you around and using you and doing everything like that towards the end, and probably in like what was the last, like the 1.0 patch, your character stops being silent and they start pushing back and actually making all these characters and all their mistakes, laying them bare and making them, face their mistakes and actually wake up to themselves in a really interesting and cleverly handled way. And it really did a lot to me. I'm like, that's really cool. I would have written it off up to that point, but it does something very cool towards the end, which I definitely think is, worth a thumbs up, if nothing else. And that, and combined with the fact that it's just generally probably the most fun I had with roguelikes last year, even factoring in that Hades 2 is in early access. Yes, I had more fun with it than Hades 2 personally. That says something. So I wanted to give it its shout out. And I think of all the games on my list, it's the most underrated. So credit to you, Inkbound. I think you're awesome. I'm sad to see you go. I'll play you again sometime.
Yeah. All right, Chris. Now the shoe is on the other foot.
Tell me why. I never want to hear. Tell me why you think Indica deserves to be here. Tell me about it, because it's not on anyone else's list, and I want to hear you defend it or not defend it. I did not get around to it. No.
No, but now you have to convince us why it should be here. See, that's the game.
Yeah.
I've seen like footage of it and know about it, and it does look very interesting, but I did not get a chance to play it.
So, Indica is a game that I played in the quiet moments of the night, and it is a game about a Russian nun who the devil speaks to in her mind. And she is shunned by the other nuns around her. They don't really care for her. They don't consider her to be too. She takes her responsibilities seriously, but she's kind of a screw up, and people don't let her forget it, and they look down on her. And the devil uses that as fuel for his temptations. And the it does some really clever things with the way that it gamifies mechanics, and some of that, like when Will was talking about with the Axis Unseen, is to serve the narrative. There is a point to be made about religiosity and sticking to your convictions and letting your convictions take you places that they probably shouldn't have. And it's a very surreal. The developers have created an increasingly surreal, bizarre world, and it examines how we look at our own failings and shortcomings, and the things that corrupt us and the world, whether they're born from the worst of intentions or the best of intentions. It's really interesting. It resonated with me a lot because I was raised Christian, so I'm very familiar with a lot of this stuff. Although Russian Orthodoxy is different to straight up Catholicism in several key ways, but there is a lot of overlap, and so I feel like if you have that history, it is going to be more meaningful to you. Like, you were talking about, Will, with the Axis Unseen. It is a game that I've not played anything. I've played some things that are similar to the absolute bare bones of this, but where it goes and what it does with that, how the devil's influence is felt and seen and heard, is very interesting. I like it a lot.
That's fair. So yeah, like everything I've seen, like I haven't heard a lot about the game. Not a lot of people speak about it, but at the same time, take a look at it. I can see that it's doing something interesting. It looks to be pretty cool visually, very striking. Something I definitely should go and play. But all of that said, do you really think it should still be here amidst all these other games? Do you want to fight for it that much to be in a final top 10? Because it's not super high on your list. And while it's still worth eulogizing and shouting out, do you think it should stay?
Looking at the rest of the list, I do think it should stay, but I'm not sure I can make that happen.
We can keep it on here for right now. I'll tell
Yeah.
you what.
If you want to keep
little...
fighting it, like every other game so far, like when there's been a clash, one of us has gone, yeah, okay, we get it.
Yeah.
Like I get
will say
where I'm
this.
going. So if
I
you want to
think-
keep fighting for it, I'll
Yeah.
accept that.
I will say I think that this game deserves to be on a top 10 list.
All right.
I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Okay. Whose turn is it?
that
That
was
was
me, so
Chris,
it's
so
you.
now, Will, it's you.
I'm gonna cut one of my own.
We've all done it.
No, I was just gonna make you guys do it first.
Don't cut EDF
I'm gonna
yet,
cut
coward.
Metal Slug Tactics.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I almost cut this earlier. Well, so
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
I'm honestly kind of surprised it survived the first round. I think Metal Slug Tactics is a great game. I think it absolutely deserves to be in end of the year conversations. I don't think it should be, given all the stuff on this list, some of which I've played and some of which I haven't, but I'm at least curious about. I think, when we do these, we're gonna have to have an air of generosity of like, clearly you're talking about it in a way that makes me want to play it.
Yeah.
Metal Slug Tactics is a really excellent tactics game that uses movement in a way that most tactics games don't, because the more you move, the more less likely you are to get hit when someone shoots at you, and it gives you a lot of interesting things to play with, because attacks also aren't in a straight line. They could be a T, or they could be, vertical this way but not, horizontal. So there's a lot of thought that goes into the way tactics asks you to play it, and I think that it's very unique in the tactics space. It looks gorgeous. You can do a whole run in a couple hours from start to finish of the game, and there's a lot of replayability given all the stuff that you can lock and the characters that you can use. That said, It's number 10 on my list for a reason. I'm not going to fight super hard for it, but I do think if you haven't played it and you are a tactics person, you should absolutely play Metal Slug Tactics because it's
I
great.
intend to.
Yeah.
You know how it is with time.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
I know.
it's really good. I also played it and reviewed it for the show, and have written character guides on it. I've unlocked every character in the game and all the weapons and everything. It's really fun, and it gets more fun the further you go, because there are some characters you unlock later that can do pretty wild things. And yeah, taking the ideas of Metal Slug and just, bullet hell side-scrolling shoot 'em ups, and incorporating that into a turn-based thing, and making it so you really, unlike other tactics games that have you kind of turtle up and slowly move forward, this is a game about run as far as you can, as fast as you can, and worry about the shooting when you get there. And I think that is really cleverly done. But yeah, it is, other than those wrinkles and the fact that it's a roguelike tactics game, yeah, I think that it's really fun. I think that it's one of those things where it just kind of pales in comparison to the other things on this list. And it definitely fills its niche really well, but that's not a niche that's super broad.
I don't
So-
care if the niche is broad. I just think there's other games I'd rather have on this list. If
Yeah.
my game that fills my niche is better than your game that fills your niche, I'm gonna fight for that game. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah,
I'm not here to make you happy. I'm here to make me happy.
yeah.
I feel like
And does
like
Metal
this
Slug
game-
Tactics make you happy?
Of course.
Yeah, it's great.
But I also realize that I don't want to stay up until 4 a.m, so something's got to go.
Yeah,
I feel like it suffers a bit from being a roguelike.
Yeah, sometimes you have to suffer a little bit. And,
Yeah.
the perfect top 10 list is mine and screw the rest of you. But,
pretty much. Except for me.
no, definitely including you. Yes, 100%. You most of all, perhaps, actually.
Goodness.
All right, so that's another round of cuts, I think. Chris, Lucas, Will. So whose turn is it now?
It's on to Lucas.
Yeah.
Also, I just updated this Still Alive list because Lucas's inclusions weren't there, so
Oh,
I
my
don't know if
bad,
they
my
were
bad, my
protected
bad.
or not.
Yeah, sorry, I think I did not get everything.
Yeah, it's all
Lucas,
good.
those
Just
are not
means
bolded.
Okay.
And be looking, Chris and Will, be looking at the next things that you are wanting to cut.
oh,
I
I'm
already have. I have a list.
Yeah, I got my ideas.
yeah, I have my list. It's your top 10.
Get his ass, Chris. Get his ass.
It's getting nasty over there.
Listen,
Oh.
sometimes you gotta hit him with it, Lucas. You gotta
Yeah.
let him know.
If we're getting it down to 10, things are going to go. Things are going to die.
Will, I will do it
again.
again.
Yeah, I will absolutely do it again.
Yeah, we're definitely. It's tough.
Sure you can.
I think.
That one's already been cut. Whoever added that.
Oh, right, yep. That's current then? Okay, yeah. Lucas
Yeah,
and
that's
his
current.
weird
I went
ass
through it,
list of
don't worry.
games that nobody else has played.
Yeah.
Can't believe
I've
that's
played a lot of
surprising
them.
to you.
It's not
Well,
surprising
played
to
one
me
of
at
them.
all.
You said left field earlier.
Hey, I
Um,
respect it. I respect it beyond.
I did not say
belief.
left field.
Yeah,
That
I
was
think-
Brian.
I-
am
yeah, I
not
said that.
surprised at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mum Jum in the chat says roguelikes are used to make people suffer. It's their turn to suffer a little.
Honestly, you could
Sure.
not listen, developers, if you're listening to this, if you say the word roguelike to me, please know that while I'm nodding enthusiastically, my eyes are rolling back into my head and I want to cease to be. Please.
It's just like
Another
open world
progression
games.
mechanic.
Metroidvania.
I beg you. I beg you. Yeah,
Yeah.
if you say Metroidvania to me, I'm screaming internally. Please, a different progression system. I fucking beg. Like,
The platformers are firm on the issues. And the issues are
and I
if
like
your game is
Metroidvanias.
yeah,
I
if,
I
your,
like Metroidvanias, but
if your game is a
Man
roguelike,
cannot
know why
live
you
on
do it.
Metroid alone.
It's true.
if you're well, I mean,
unless it's
I don't
Super
know.
Metroid.
Unless it's Super Metroid, in which case that's like Lembas bread. It's small,
Yeah,
but
but
it's gonna last you a long time.
Yeah, but it never is Super Metroid, Brian. That's the problem.
That's true.
it's
That's
not.
true. They can't hit those highs. It's unfortunate. But yeah,
Anyway.
we've said forever, and we'll keep saying, if your game is a roguelite or an open world and it doesn't have a damn good reason to be, miss me with that shit. Lucas, what are you cutting?
Anyway, Tangent of Signs.
I think I'm looking at either Rise of the Ronin or Diablo. And I
Damn,
think,
both of those are mine. You a bitch.
yeah, I think it's Rise of the Ronin.
Okay. I'm not actually gonna fight this one. Listen, I'll tell you this. Time has a funny way of like making you not want to fight things. Had we recorded this before Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was released, I would have fought. I don't need to fight anymore.
Yeah.
I don't need to do it.
You have seen the light. You have seen what we left behind, and
Yeah.
this
Bro,
is
I
only.
played that game when it came out.
I know. I
You were
know.
reminded.
Look,
Yeah.
you have been speaking the Ninja Gaiden truth since the big dawn of time. I get that, right? But yeah, it wasn't as culturally relevant at the time as it is right now. And so Rise of the Ronin is not worth holding up
Rise of the Ronin. Okay, so I'm gonna give my
your eulogy.
my eulogy. Rise of the Ronin is
Well, wait,
a
did
Team
Lucas
Ninja-
say why he wanted to cut it?
No.
Not yet.
Justify yourself, Lucas.
I think this is purely a like kind of third person cut because I did not play it myself.
That's reasonable, honestly. That's
you've-
reasonable. That's reasonable.
Sometimes we send
Alright.
it.
You've
Yeah,
talked
sometimes you
about
gotta
it.
send it. I respect it.
You've talked about
I-
it on the show, and so like I kind of understand the appeal of it. But just like looking broadly, it seems like, especially with Team Ninja kind of bringing its past back and everything, that this one is just not going to be the one that like lands in the top 10.
No.
Yeah.
So Rise of the Ronin is cool because it dares to ask questions like, what if the Ubisoft game was good? And what if an open world game had good combat? These, the big questions. So the thing that makes Rise of the Ronin cool is it has a ton of weapons, all of which are very different from one another, all of which have different fighting styles, kind of Neo-esque, where you are rewarded for mastering your specific stance. It fixes the problem that Ghost of Tsushima, which is a bad video game, has, and that there is no right answer to any one combat encounter, where it's like, yeah, this stance is technically better against this like other weapon, but you can use whatever you want. Whereas, Ghost of Tsushima is like, you're gonna use this stance and you're gonna like it, or you're just not gonna, it's gonna take forever.
Yeah.
Right? But the thing that makes Rise of the Ronin cool, there's a couple. First, its counterattacks are actual attacks. So you don't parry in this game. You press a specific kind of attack that causes a clash. And when you open somebody up with that clash, then you get to do big damage. But you're putting yourself at risk because this is an actual attack. If you mistime it, you are going to be in like 60 plus frames of recovery. They are going to murder the shit out of you. Right? So it's interesting, because the mechanic is called countersparking, where it actually forces you, if you want to play the parry game, which every action game on Earth wants to do now, you actually have to take a risk. B, like, it's a Team Ninja game, it's difficult. C, you can cut people's limbs off, which is awesome.
I'm noticing a trend here.
Listen, all I'm saying is we solved the action game about 20 years ago and then decided to go backwards. It also has like a really good story. It is about, kind of, I forget the name of the exact era in Japan where the shogunate is kind of on the verge of being replaced, right? And you meet these characters from history like Sakamoto Ryoma and characters whose names I cannot remember at the moment because I haven't played this game in 8 months, right? But the characters are very well written.
Bakumatsu period?
That sounds right. Again, this game was almost
Yakuza game set in that.
Yeah, it's the sit in the same period with the same characters as Yakuza
Ishin.
So same kind of story, right? But what makes it cool is that you kind of form bonds with these characters. You do stuff with them. You go on quests with them, and you over the time like start to really come to know who these people are. And the thing is that like Rise of the Ronin is gonna kill most of these people. Right? This is, I guess, kind of a spoiler, but like this is historically like most of these people did not make it, right? And the way you react to that, like who do you choose to side with, the Shogunate or the Reformation folks? Like that matters. That alters the end of the game. It changes who dies in specific scenarios. Like it's not just like oh, I want to do this. Like no, man. Like if you choose to do this section from this faction's perspective, a character that you like is gonna die. There's nothing you can do about it, right? But you get this other one, so it makes these things really interesting and like actually does like split things that not normally come up, and it encourages replay value because one of the major characters actually can die during one of the events. But if you go back and you play like a bunch of the side quests and stuff, you can actually save him and change the course of the story, which is really cool. And underpinning all this is a really excellent combat system designed by Team Ninja that rewards you for taking risks and being correct. Also, it has an Azuna drop in it. And
Yeah, bonus.
We like
bonus,
Azuna
right?
drops.
And one of the coolest things about it is there is a stance that's actually like the most interesting stance that you can take, which is called Shinobi, which is based on Ryu Hayabusa's fighting style from Ninja Gaiden, where basically the whole point is you are going to be at a disadvantage unless you are counter-sparking. And if you are counter-sparking, you open them up for way longer, and you get to do way more damage. So it's like ultimate risk-reward, right? And it rewards you for like mastery of your weapon and mastery of like, I know exactly what fighting style this dude is in. I know exactly the parry timing that I have to use here. And I know what I can do once I hit him. And I think it does a really great job of like A, being hard, B, rewarding you for like mastery, C, rewarding you for doing the open world game bullshit. Like you can actually change the story outcomes. This matters. And D, like building relationships with these characters. Their romances in this game are actually some of the best written I've seen in a while. They're very, very like sweet and unique to each character, and very heartwarming in a lot of ways. One of the major characters like gives you a perfume, and he's like, that way I will always know like what smell I'm looking for with you, right? And these are not like just there for like a lot of romances. Like you do the romance, you get sex, right? Sometimes you sleep with these characters, but that's never the point. Mostly it's just these really like beautifully written conversations that you have and these moments that you share with them. And that's what makes it interesting to me, because it is so very much built on, this is the Ubisoft game, like this is the, build your bond with your character, do all this other stuff, but it subverts all those things in really interesting ways, and it plays excellently. So I really like Rise of the Ronin, and the more I played it after I finished it and reviewed it for IGN, the more I liked it. It's a game where the side quests are just as important, if not more so, than the main quests.
Now get out on PC already, goddammit.
Yeah, it's coming out soon. Highly, highly recommended. I am fine with cutting it, but I do think it absolutely deserves to be like talked about at end of the year time, and nobody did, and that's a shame.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
At a PS5, I might have, but I don't, so I'm waiting.
it's coming.
Anyway, Azuna dropped some people. It's a good time.
Do it. Nice. All right, so that is back to me. I am going to cut EDF6.
You a
Does it.
bitch.
Already have
Unbelievable.
Helldivers 2.
Wow.
See, here's the thing. I think
Wow.
EDF6 is actually better than Helldivers 2 is.
Talk to me then.
Yeah.
It's not as high on my list because I think the social experience in Helldivers 2 is better. But I think like as a video game, EDF6 is better. EDF6 did not spend 6 months being like, what if we took away all your favorite guns and made them worthless?
That's true.
That is true.
Because balance. Like this is a game where I'm playing against the computer. I don't care. Right? B, EDF is really funny. Even in a way that Helldivers is not funny. Like, this is the series where it's like, why'd you get married? No choice. Right? The dialogue that you will hear in EDF is some of the funniest stuff in the world. The fact that you can make your character sing fight songs mid-game is incredible. The fact that you have a jetpack. And it's not like the Helldivers jetpack. Like, you are in the air the entire time. You are flying up into enemy motherships and zapping them with your lightning gun. You are fighting against literally thousands of things on the screen at any given point. But what makes EDF6 cool, and legitimately cool, is, and this is kind of a spoiler, and I hate to say this, is it's a time travel story. And it's really good at
fucking
it.
wild. I have still not gotten around to playing it, but I've seen bits and pieces and heard about how it goes off the fucking rails, and boy.
So EDF6 picks up after EDF5, and you've lost. Like 100% you have lost. And like you are one of the remnants of like the EDF, like you're fighting for like a carved out space of humanity on these military bases. Most of the world's population is dead. And somehow like you start doing okay. And then you like this enemy mothership comes in and you blow it up and you start a time loop by blowing this ship up because there's something about this ship. And so they're like, hey, okay, so we're going to go back and in time and we're going to bring in new enemies. Again, all of this is from EDF5. Like it's playing with the fact that it is a sequel. And we're going to bring in new enemies to new points in history where you should not know how to kill them. The downside for the aliens is that you and this other guy who's really good at weapons development, you remember what's going on. So every time they reset the timeline, and they do it like a lot, it's like, oh, they'll never know how to do this. And then like everyone is like, who is this dude and why is he so good at killing this enemy we've never seen before?
That's very cool.
And it keeps doing it, and it keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier, and like really leaning into this premise of like temporal one-upsmanship that is really cool. Also, it's just really fun to play. People think EDF is not fun to play. Like, no. EDF is super fun to play.
It's how do people not find this fun to play? I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, like EDF is bonkers, right? Like there are missions where you're like, I don't know how you can do this, and then you do it, and you're like, of course that's how I did it. I picked this other class and I used this gun, and that was how I did it.
But admittedly, it's less fun solo. But
yeah, it's a game you have to play with your friends. I would also argue that Helldivers is a game you have to play with your friends.
That's
Yeah,
also
If you're not
true.
playing Helldivers with your friends, like
You're fucking up.
I don't know
Make a
what you're
mistake.
doing.
Yeah.
Right? Like go play something else.
Yeah, the first time
so
I played EDF, I was playing it by myself, and it also ran like absolute ass. So
Yeah.
I was like, I don't think so.
This game runs amazingly considering all the stuff on screen. At one point, like you're fighting a giant walking fortress. There's like probably 20 plus EDF tanks fighting this with probably a couple thousand enemies on screen at every given point. And it's block 60. Now, does it look particularly amazing? No. It does not. It looks like an early gen PS4 game. But you are never going to find another game that puts that much stuff on screen and will let you kill all of it. And then do like the really funny EDF fight song and then tell this like really interesting story about like time travel. And like what that would be like. Where it's kind of funny that like, you know, like I know how to kill this thing because I've seen it before, but also like I'm tired, man. Like every time we start to win, they flip the switch again. And we have to do it all over. So I think it's really interesting. I think it plays with the idea of what a sequel is. Like remixes parts of EDF5 really intelligently. Has a pretty compelling plot. And like it does not spell this out for you. You kind of have to figure out like, wait, what is happening? Right? Like it just kind of does it and expects you to go with it. But I think it's really unique and really cool. And again, a game that most people are not going to talk about because it's not like a big AAA release, but it is very, very interesting and worth playing for the time travel story alone.
So are you fighting to keep it alive for the top 10?
No.
Okay.
No.
But
the more of
now
you
that
have
I've
played
heard
it,
that
I
this
think I
is
would.
that this is, you know, really, so if
this is a game I would love to stand there and defend with you. I understand. I just can't at the moment.
So if I was gonna ask you, Will, as somebody who knows a lot about both of these games, which between Helldivers 2 and EDF 6, which game should someone get together with their friends to play if they could only pick one? What would you say?
I think it depends on what you want, which seems like a cop out, but I think it really is the answer. Like, if you want, like,
it sounds like they're delivering something very different from Helldivers
from each other, right? Like, Helldivers 2 functionally does not have a ton of mission variety, It's better now because they've added the new faction and all that stuff. But like functionally, it doesn't have a ton of mission variety. EDF 6 has like 150 plus missions, um, and they're all different. And the classes are very again, it's a class-based shooter. Like the classes are very different from each other. If you play this game as a fencer, which is like basically think of like the exosuits from Edge of Tomorrow with really big guns strapped to them, that's what a fencer is. Whereas if you play as a wing diver, you were zooming around on a jetpack the whole time. Your play experience is extremely different, right? Or you're playing as the ranger who's like just kind of a dude with like really good guns, or the I forget the other guy's name, but it was the class that I like to
It's
play.
the
And their
engineer,
job,
I think.
yeah, the engineer basically is summoning vehicles or using drones. So very different experience, right? Like it depends on what you want. If you want a game with a lot of mission variety that is completely aware of how ridiculous it is, play and you don't care as much about like progression, right? Like because you do progress in EDF, you get weapons, they drop on the ground, and you pick them up, and the more you pick them up, the better they get. But that's not really what it's about. Like occasionally you may have to grind weapons, but like you can do that very very easily. You just pick like a really fast mission that drops a lot of stuff. But like Helldivers, I think is more about like look at this silly thing where I'm ragdolling all over the place, and like I like the core loop of this more, and not like I want to see all these really crazy missions because there's nothing in Helldivers like Bile Titans and Helldivers are cool. There's nothing as cool in Helldivers as fighting Godzilla, which is what you do on EDF.
It's
Like,
true.
on the regular, right? Sometimes you might fight two Godzillas. Like it depends on what you want.
Yeah.
I think with friends, EDF is more fun. But you have to have people who are willing to like go into that level of cheese and like deal with the time travel stuff and the fact that it looks like a PS4 game.
Well, it may be cut from the list, but when we went into this, I was not going to play EDF6. And now, if I can get some people together, I might.
Hi,
I
I'm
will
right here.
happily play it with everybody here. It is on PC. That's where I have it, and I think it is legitimately like one of the most fun things that you will ever play. It is just it's like niche, right? It's not super well known.
Yeah.
It's a game for sickos, you know.
And
So,
boy, am I sick.
yeah,
Nope.
and you know if this is being sick, I don't want to be well. You know, I don't want to be like
Lucas,
give it
we're
to
going
me.
to join you. It's been decided. We're all going to
Hooray.
become sick with you.
I really wish I had played this because I have no doubt it probably would have been on my list or very close to it. And I would have cut Helldivers over EDF in a heartbeat, personally.
Yeah.
Well,
So
when EDF
You know-
7 comes out, we all need to make sure to play it.
yeah, I mean, also like it's not unheard of for people to like look at the top 7 or top 10 and be like, you know what, we should actually cut this and bring this one back off the cut list. Like, it ain't over until we finalize the top 10.
That's
So,
true.
Sure.
That's true.
Whose turn is it?
I think that makes it me.
That was my turn. So yeah, it's Chris.
Well, I would get spicy then and say, so should we talk about Helldivers 2? But it's in the protected
Yeah,
category.
it's in the
Enough
protected
of
list.
us haven't mentioned, so
We're gonna have to
we'll
wait.
come back to it. Ooh.
That would be a nice
Oh.
little 1-2 punch, though.
Could be
All
really
right.
honest.
Lucas, tell me
Go.
about Wizardry and why it
Oh
should be here.
man,
See, this
It's
is one of those
funny.
things where I'm actually going to back Lucas on the fact that it says wizardry on it.
I respect it for that exact same reason. And like, yeah, they're not for me personally, but I know that they do have that audience. They have had that audience since the friggin' 80s.
Yeah.
I get that. I respect that, and I know and I respect Lucas for sticking to his guns on that. So
And I'm also
That's
really
fine.
interested in this discussion because one, it is a very sicko Lucas type thing to add it, but I'm also very curious because it's one of the games that was added really late to the list. And so I'm like, all right, so what's going on?
Yeah.
It's funny. I didn't have it on there. I think part of the reason I wasn't really thinking about it is I had a lot of back and forth with like remakes and remasters and stuff, and ended up being kind of inconsistent with it anyway. And I had played it in early access the year before, so it wasn't quite in my head as like that's a 2024 game. It's a remake of the original Wizardry. and it's one where they try to do a lot in terms of like replicating the vibe as such of the original one, even though like it's really hard to understate how primitive the actual original wizardry on Apple II is. It's like grids and
Oh yeah.
there's no music. The only sound is like when you crash into a wall and goes or whatever. So all
Beeps
of
and boops
the
had not yet been invented. It's a wild,
exactly.
early era.
Yeah, all the graphics and music and everything is totally removed from the original. Um, so it was what like I think I gave it like an 8 out of 10 when I reviewed it, and I kind of was like, I respect this a lot. This is neat. This is cool. And then over the weekend, this game won a Grammy, and I was like,
Hmm.
oh shit, that's crazy. Wizardry won a Grammy award. And then I just like thought about it more. And I was like, man, that was a really good video game, a really well made video game. Both as just a game by itself, as a work of preservation, because they've done this amazing thing where they use the Apple II game as a base, build all the cool stuff on top of it. So they didn't like use the NES version or Game Boy versions, whatever. There's a million versions of this. Um, they actually have the original in there, and you can like pop it as like an overlay over everything else, where you have the like white lines in the grid and the little crude graphics kind of over top everything else you're doing. And then they've continued to kind of like update it and change things, and everything they change is like an option. So like you can go in the options and you can see like, all right, what did they change from the original? And then if it's like not kind of self-explanatory, they actually have some text like explaining why the change is there, which is really cool. Especially there's like some weird complicated stuff like your characters will age or they lose vim or something like that, and then they kind of explain what the difference is and why it matters. And then there's a different option, but that's not important. Um, so it's got this really neat foundation and like a lot of care built around it. Um, and then at the same time, they had the soundtrack. Wizardry is not super known for its music, but the NES Famicom version did have a soundtrack that people kind of swear by who are like into this, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's the Wizardry music." And during early access, the woman they brought in to compose, Winifred Phillips, she kind of had like arrangements of that, and I was like, "All right, this is cool." And then by the time the game came out, it was completely different, and it was because there was a rights issue. Um,
Hmm.
but like it was really good. It was like it kind of used the music from the Famicom as a base, but like she was like, "Fuck, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna make some music," and like it resulted in a Grammy win when she was just crazy. Um, and it was up against the video game Grammys have only been this is like the third year they've done it,
Yeah.
and it's been some AAA game every time. It was like Star Wars Jedi Survivor last year. I think it was like Assassin's Creed before that, and the other nominees were like God of War, and you know it was just like the typical like Bear
What you
McCreary or whatever
expect,
his
yeah.
name is, yeah, and then Wizardry, and it's like really folksy, like kind of complicated medieval, kind of cartoony. But clearly this woman like put in some work, and it's not just like oh because this got some like weird mainstream recognition. It was just like seeing that, and that had me like it made me like kind of revisit it in my mind and like think about like oh this was actually incredibly well made in ways I think I kind of like brushed over originally. Um, so yeah, I think that Digital Eclipse is mostly known for being like really good at making emulators. And lately they've been really branching out from that, what with Power Rangers and this Wizardry game. And they are standing out as doing more than just emulators. And the like the documentary stuff with Tetris and everything, I think they've really solidified themselves as like a company that really cares deeply about history, and that's always going to get my attention. and I think Wizardry both deeply cares about history and is also has just so much, like, the weight of the craft behind it is very powerful, and I think that really deserved recognition. So it went from not on
That's
my
fair.
list at all to like almost halfway up it. So yeah,
So with all that said, and I agree with most of what I've heard about that. And it's like, yeah, I agree with that. But how hard are you willing to fight for this? Do you think that the weight of history here is enough to keep it relevant in the 2024 discussion? Do you think it should be, hold on to it, or are you willing to let it go?
I think I would argue for this one. I think
All
I would
right.
be happy if there is something that's like, capital H history in the final list, even though I don't know what it'll be yet. I'll fight for this one for now,
Okay,
All right.
my turn.
if everyone agrees.
No, I'm fine with allowing that. So all right. We'll come back to that one. Go, Will.
Uh, I think Indiana Jones has gotta go.
Ooh.
Oh,
All right.
And the reason is I have not played Indiana Jones. I have, however, watched my wife play the whole thing from start to finish. I can't hear a single thing Brian is saying.
oh,
I said, the reason is because I took two things of his off this list.
It has nothing to do with you.
I
you
know, I
went
know,
right up to your top 5.
I know,
It
but
has
we gotta,
nothing to do with you.
This is a personal attack, and I am offended.
yeah.
No. I
No,
just
hey, we
don't-
gotta make the
I-
jokes. It's
I-
fine.
Yeah. Listen, the reason for this, from my perspective, is right. Like, Indiana Jones, functionally, as a video game, is not very interesting. Like, it isn't. It's not interesting. It's cool that they tied a bunch of like things to like Indians in his mid-30s and gets tired. That's cool. That's a cool design choice, right? It's cool that it's very puzzly. It's cool that it's made by the guys basically that made Butcher Bay and Wolfenstein and The Darkness. Okay, that's all really cool. But I would argue for every single one of those games over this one, because like the appeal of this is not that it does interesting mechanical things or that like it feels particularly good to play or it makes particularly interesting design choices. It's that it's Indiana Jones, right?
So you're arguing if it wasn't Indiana Jones and it was just some, random schmuck in the Golden Circle or the Great Circle, whatever, this would not be nearly as acclaimed.
No, I don't think so. I think a large part of it is like it's indie, right? Which is cool. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm not saying at all that it's a bad game. I think the license is doing an enormous amount of heavy lifting. And like frankly, when I look at everything else on this list, a licensed game that is good, but I don't think is exceptional, especially given the way that it plays, should not be here.
And did you say that you played this?
No, I've seen my wife play it though, and I know how the systems work.
Gotcha.
It is not a particularly deep game mechanically, and I don't think it uses the systems to say anything particularly interesting. I don't think it does anything terribly innovative with the way that it's designed.
Brian, ball is in your court. This is your number 4.
Again, this is not me
Yeah.
saying that it is bad.
Yeah, well, no,
I'm
I'm just.
surprised
I'm,
it's-
If a game is here, it's good. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Any of these games, whether from
I'm
top to
honestly
bottom,
surprised
cuts,
it's
honorable
number
mentions,
4 on
yeah.
Brian's list. I was looking at the lists while you guys were talking, and I was like, really? 4? I was surprised.
yeah, which is fair. Which is fair. So there's a couple of reasons why this game is this high on my list. One, I didn't think it was going to be any good. Straight up. I'm not super into like machine games as other stuff. Like I played Wolfenstein 1 and 2, reviewed Wolfenstein 2. I like them. They're fun, but they didn't really hit on all cylinders. Like the gameplay was fine, but I prefer like it's a false dichotomy, but I prefer the way that Doom handles things over the way that Wolfenstein has always handled things.
My
So-
hot take there is that the first one is better than the second one substantially, and we did not recognize it for being so at the time.
Yeah, I agree with that. There are a
Same.
couple of things that the sequel does better, but on the whole, I think the first one is better. Yeah. But so I didn't expect that, and because like I'm also not super hot on licensed games, and like I like Indiana Jones, but I don't like. I'm not like a huge Indiana Jones fan. So there's really no reason why I should like this game as much as I do. But Indiana Jones and the Great Circle as an Indiana Jones story is up there with Last Crusade for me. Like, which Last Crusade is my favorite Indiana Jones thing that exists.
This is a bad take, but okay.
I mean, you know, it's very nostalgic and very personal for me.
I'm with you on this, Will. Raiders is the way to go.
Raiders is the way to go.
I grew up
Raiders.
I grew up watching Last Crusade with my dad, and that is a story about Indy and his dad. Like that's
I think. Listen, I understand completely your
Yeah.
emotional attachment to it, and I think Last Crusade is a great movie.
It
Yeah.
is. I agree. None of the three are bad. Even Temple's a
No.
little weird, but yeah.
Yeah. But and this again, I think it's a really cool indie story. I do. Like honestly, truly.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a great video game. And I think we should be, given what is on this list, I think we should be honoring great video games. And not great, like, isn't it cool that Troy Baker can almost do Harrison Ford?
To me, it was less that, and it was more the characters that they created for this. It is an accomplishment to have somebody create characters for an IP and have them feel so true to characters that would exist in like the earliest incarnations of this.
Sure.
And I feel like Emmerich Voss and Locus and all these characters are really fantastically done. And so I like the story that it's telling. I thought when they revealed what was actually going on, that was really cool. Particularly as again, like I was saying with Indica, like somebody who has studied religion very deeply, seeing what they were actually doing with this game in the later stages was really like a really awesome rug pull moment. So yeah, I think it's an incredible achievement that they did this and made it work as well as it does. But yes, it is true that it is kind of baby's first immersive sim. So yeah, it's not changing things in the way that like Dishonored did or something like that. So yeah, I think it strikes a really good balance. I think if you are even a little bit interested in the immersive sim genre and have not played it yet, or you are interested in Indiana Jones, you should definitely play this game. This is a really fun game to just kind of walk around and be in, because a lot of times I'm not going to put this on everybody else. I bemoan that like, oh, killing is like the main verb that you have to engage with games. There's a lot of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle where you're just wandering around and exploring and finding things and figuring out what's going on and sneaking around.
Yeah, and I think it really gets to like the heart of what makes the franchise cool as a whole, right? Like even outside of games. And you know, I think it's good enough to be an honorable mention on our list.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna fight it. Nobody else played it except for me, so yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Godspeed.
Cool game. Definitely worth your time.
And also,
feel
me
like-
building my list was like a little weird this year. So like, fourth place is a little different from how it would be another year. So it's
You're used to
I
doing
understand. Yeah.
heart and critic. I get
Yeah,
it.
no, I get it. I
Yeah.
get it. I get it. And I want to like again just say for the purpose of this, because like these discussions get like really drilling down into like design or things that games do poorly, like
Yeah.
none of the games here are bad.
If we're
Right,
talking
we're
about
tr-
a game here today, it's good. You could
Yeah.
probably get a
Yeah.
good time out of it.
Yeah, we're just trying to like
We're being brutal.
you gotta
We
get
don't
to
want
top
good.
10,
We want the best.
and we had like 30 games, right? We have to cut this
Yeah.
down to 10.
Yeah.
We got to be brutal.
We
Right,
we
so
are going to cut some very good games that you should play.
Yes. So Indy, great game, should be played. I think it does a great job with the IP, but unfortunately, it is gone. Whose turn is it?
Lucas,
You
what should I
cut, so
cut?
it's Lucas.
God. Okay.
Quick check. My sound's coming through okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
We're actually making pretty good progress. If we can continue this about 5 minutes a clip per game, we will do okay.
Yeah.
We also had a very, 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 very different games on our lists. So
Yeah, there
Yeah.
was a lot less overlap than I expected. So I respect it. I think it's awesome.
So this is another one I didn't play, and I really couldn't tell if it was something I'd be interested in or not at all. So I just like didn't have the energy for it. So Chris, I'm curious what you have to say about Lorelei and the Laser Eyes.
I was expecting it to go, and I'm fully in favor of it going. It's pretty low on my list. But at the same time, I do think it is really cool. I thought the visual style is absolutely arresting. The audio and everything that goes with it is fantastic. It is really well designed. It is full of interesting, great puzzles, really creative uses of how it all plays together and how the levels build out and expand over time as you figure out shortcuts and such through it. It's really cool, and the story is pretty interesting. A lot of it is just, it's so vague in a lot of ways, and you're really trying to piece together, what is, because it's about, the story is itself about, artists and some of the art they have created. Then you have to discern, are we talking about the art here? Are we talking about the artist? What was real? What was fiction? What was not? And the end result of what you get is pretty fascinating. And I think it's really good, and I know a lot of people talk this one up quite a bit. I was glad to play it, and I highly recommend it. But yeah, ultimately, like, again, I played that, and then I played 999 right after, and I preferred 999, so there you go.
Yeah.
But that was much older. So just the story itself, I guess, like, it's an interesting story and a concept, and I like the themes and explorations of it. I guess it just didn't have enough personality in, like, the characters themselves. It wasn't like a personality driven thing. It was more like, almost like a biopic on people that weren't there, even though they are right there. And yeah, it's interesting. I like it. I think it's great. Highly recommend it. I think you all should play it. But I accept it being cut.
Yeah.
very good.
I do
And-
too.
And now I am more interested to go play it after hearing you guys talk about it.
Oh,
right?
it's worth it. It's like
It's
15
good
hours.
and interesting.
It's
Also,
a lot of puzzles.
let me ask you guys a question. When was the last time you played a fixed camera game? Because it's been a while for
It
me.
also does have a fixed camera, yeah. Actually, no. You know what? No, here's the beautiful thing. It's mostly fixed camera. There will be areas where it's
When
not.
was the last time I played a fixed camera game? It was probably honestly earlier this year because I play old shit all the time.
That's true.
That's true.
Say sorry, we're closed. That was pretty recent.
Yeah. So
I
okay.
gotta get around to
But yeah,
something
it's
else
good.
at some
It's
point.
interesting. I really like the way that it handles. So a lot like what we've talked about earlier. Like there's basically no hand holding in that game, which is really fun when they do puzzles and they tell you this straight up from the beginning if you read like the little game manual, which is a very
And in
like,
order to do that, you have to ignore your prompt to go forward. You have to go back and check your car and look into it. And there's
That's
the
true.
game manual
Oh,
in
that's
the
funny.
car.
That's true. That is true. But they will tell you like this game relies on having knowledge of the way that systems work in the real world. So like,
However, there are reference books for each and every one of them
Yeah.
that give you at least a little bit of grounding for what you need. And most of them refer to number systems.
Yeah.
So, like lunar phases, astrology signs, things like that. But all of it, there's reference material in the game to help you get through it. So
But you'll
there's
have you will benefit from having knowledge of systems that exist. in
knowing
the world.
Roman numerals is helpful.
Which is fun. I love it when games, particularly puzzle games, do not hold your hand and tutorialize stuff. They just throw you in and have you figure it out.
Very cool. So okay, so Lucas just cut. So I think it is either Chris or Brian.
It's
Yeah,
me.
we go around
It's
to
me.
Brian now.
Yeah. Let's see.
Spin the wheel. Who are you going to insult and slap in the face today?
Jesus.
Wow, Lucas fought for Wizardry to say? Okay,
He did.
interesting.
He did.
And I think he made a pretty good argument for it.
Yeah, yeah.
You missed it, you piece of garbage.
Well,
I mean,
I added it to my wish list on Steam. I already did
Look,
that.
Lucas, he's doing the editing on this one. He'll hear it. Don't worry.
Walked
true.
out of the room
That's
as
true.
soon as I started.
That is true.
filming
I
and
will
that's
hear it because I am doing the edit. Yeah.
Again, made a compelling point. So yeah.
All right. So let me see. All right, we cut metaphor.
Yes.
Let's cut
Ooh,
SMT5.
here we go. Oh, here we go.
Okay, so I'm gonna back this play, and we're gonna let Lucas defend the game if he wants to. But I do think like
Well,
this is one of those situations where you get to have Wizardry or SMT5 and not both, because they're both older games that are basically being updated, right? And I feel like you get one. So
Okay.
Lucas, it's up to you, man. You pick the one you want. I'm gonna go get another drink. I'm listening. Defend your game, but I feel like this is one of those you get.
For the
one
reference, this is
situation.
also in my top 10. So
yeah, I thought that was protected for now, but I guess I missed something.
Oh, is it? Is it?
Is
Well,
it?
Yeah,
it's not
on
on the
the top.
protected list.
It is not on the protected list.
But is that
Although
a-
every
is that
other
a-
game with 2 is on the protected list?
Okay, hold on. I'll look
should
through
we,
this.
should we put a pin in that one and come back later?
Will, go
Yeah,
get
yeah,
go get your drink. We will check. I will check through this while somebody else is cutting something. I will decide to cut something else. The
I'll
thing
be
that
back in a
sucks
second.
is I think I might have wanted to cut one of Will's games, and he's not here to defend himself.
Do you want me to jump ahead and because I've got one that is more for us, and then we go back to you while you figure that out?
He's got some jokes.
I tell you what.
He's
Hold
got
on.
some jokes while we wait for him.
Okay, hold on. How about Yars Rising?
Okay.
Platysaur in the chat says, "Just cut it. He won't know."
Oh, he'll know. He'll find out.
Yeah, he'll know. He's got his headphones on, and he will definitely know when he sees the list. Although I appreciate the encouragement of underhanded tactics.
So Yars Rising, I probably won't fight for, despite it being in my top 5.
My 4th pick got cut.
Yeah,
So it's not unprecedented.
I really like this game because I think it has a very fun energy to it. It's very creative. But at the end of the day, it is still just a Metroidvania that makes a lot of references to retro things. And it definitely has kind of a, you know what that thing is, yay, kind of vibe to
I
it.
clapped when I saw the thing I like.
Yeah.
Member berries.
But I think it does a very good job justifying itself, despite being a weird sell in the first place, because it's like a Metroidvania adaptation of an Atari sci-fi shooter made by WayForward. It's a very self-indulgent game on the WayForward side. So where it excels is how it incorporates the actual Yars game into the mix. I've talked a little bit about this on the show before, but basically it's a Metroidvania, so you're running around, you're jumping and climbing and unlocking doors and stuff. And usually you come up to a hacking terminal to do something important. And to hack, you play Yar's Revenge. Except it's usually like a heavily modified version of it with some kind of gimmick or twist thrown in or some significant mechanical change or something even crazier. Um, Almost like if WarioWare was based on one game and just was like remixing itself the whole time. And it sustains like an 8-hour video game with that being kind of the main gimmick really well. Each time there's a new hacking game, like it's really fun to like see what the new gimmick or the new challenge is. Um, and then like the characters are very fun and silly, very way forwardy. So kind of like Shallow, but like Shantae, very like silly and happy to be there. Um, and then since we're far enough removed from it, one of my favorite things about it is a lot of the boss fights are like based on other Atari games. So there's like a Missile Commander boss and a Black Widow boss, and uh, there's this guy who's like a corporate stooge, kind of Elon Musky figure, who's kind of taunting you from a distance the whole time. And if I remember right, his name is Ong. And at the very end, you finally face off against him, and he reveals his first name starts with a P, and then you literally have to play Pong against him before you can fight the final boss.
Incroyable.
Yeah. And it's really difficult, and I was really frustrated, but I was laughing the whole time because I was like, I can't believe,
This is so absurd.
yeah, this is such a stupid joke. I can't believe I didn't see it coming, and that I'm actually laughing at this. I'm so mad. Um, but yeah, I put it higher up on my list, I think, because it does a very good job standing out, having like a novelty factor to it. But I don't think it would like hold up to a ton of scrutiny in that way. It's definitely a very heart pick part of my list.
Gotcha.
So happy to shout out Yar's Rising, but I don't think I'll fight for it like I fought for Wizardry.
Yeah. I also have played that game some. I haven't finished it, but I do agree with Lucas that it's very cool and it has a very neat concept and it does a good job of like using the history in an interesting way in which a lot of games would not. Like I said, it's good enough to be an honorable mention, you know?
Yeah.
Nice. Good stuff. All right, Chris, your turn.
Sorry to throw it back to you again so soon, Lucas, but I think we can get this one out of the way pretty quick. So,
Oh god.
Fate Stay Night.
Yep. I'm surprised it took this long.
Listen, I like it. I respect it. It's good that it got, an actual official English translation and release for the first time ever. But the game is old. It is a remaster. It is well known, and the series is well beyond what it is now. So, while
To
it's
be
definitely
clear,
worth a
Lucas,
shout
you're
out,
not fighting for this one.
Jesus.
I think he can
okay.
fight if he wants to
I'm,
fight.
I'm, I'm just I'm asking before I add it to the cut list. Do you want to fight for it or not? It's up to you.
Oh, you're asking. That was an interesting
Yeah.
way to feel the question. Probably not.
Okay.
It's number 2 on my list, I think, for a very specific reason. And it's surprise historical significance.
Surprise,
It's a little
surprise.
bit of a theme this year. Because to Chris's point, it's got remastered in the title. This is not a brand new video game. Um,
But it is
originally, I
the
was
first official English release ever.
yes, this is the very first time this game that is I would argue a flashpoint in its space has been available officially in English. Something that should have happened years ago, if not
Like,
a decade.
if you're listening to us talk, you probably know about the Fate series. You probably know Fate Stay Night. The fact that the game has never been available in English despite that is kind of wild to think about.
Yeah. to play it in English has always been kind of annoying. It's gotten better over time as people have tinkered with it, but hacking old low budget Japanese PC visual novels is not pretty, and it's kind of fumbly and annoying to deal with. And here, it's just like it works perfectly, and it's got controller support, and the menus are nice. So it's like a real non-hacked piece of software. It has a localization done by actual localizers instead of fans. So like one of the things about this game that's notable, because like it's a visual novel that's basically a battle anime. Um, and like if I were to explain the plot to you, you'd be like, "Why the hell is this here?" But what's notable is the guy who wrote it is like a mad genius, just in terms of prose, like the way he writes
Absolute
is
lunatic, but
yeah.
pretty good.
It's like he's just writing about historical figures fighting each other in a game that's like, of course, it's a gotcha game now, and that's its like current cultural footprint is like the most popular gotcha game in the world because the premise just sounds like, oh, this is a gotcha game, except it's 20 something years old. But it's written by someone who should be, you know, it's like a guy who's a genius, but all he wants to do is turn people into dinosaurs instead of curing cancer.
He doesn't want to cure cancer.
You made that
Uh,
reference twice tonight, and I'm gonna laugh every time.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so I think it's remarkable that it's finally just a thing that you can buy. I think it deserves, in my book, to be treated like a new release because of that, and so that's why I kind of had it on my list. And then I cheated a couple times anyway, so it's a moot point. But that was my
Yeah, like,
justification of putting it that high on my list.
and
There
I
you go.
respect the pick. I do agree it is of historical import, and it is worth a look.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things, as a 2024 game, regardless of it now appearing for the first time in 2024 in English, yeah, we can do
Yeah.
better for this list. So
Yeah,
I just want to get that out of the way.
it is a visual novel that is over 20 years old. It has tropes and problematic parts of it.
And it established a lot of the tropes, in fairness.
True. But yeah, I think if that's something in your wheelhouse, if Fate is something you're interested in because you've watched anime or whatever, or taken it into the other things, I think you owe it to yourself to check out the original thing. And, you know, it's not even like a real book. So you can read a book and still like pretend that you didn't read a book, but it's okay. It won't hurt you.
You should
I
read
know.
books anyway.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
true.
So yeah.
Cool.
Sorry to do it to you.
Sorry, I'm surprised it was you and not someone else in the group.
Me? You can say me. It's fine.
I was gonna say Will, but also you, really.
I didn't know what it was, so I was like, I don't know what this is. I don't know how to cut something. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
No,
So
it
this
was-
is
it was
this is
intimidating.
the choice that I made at the top of the show, where it was like, all right, do I want to cut the things that I've played and I know are decent, or do I just want to throw a knife in the dark and
Yeah.
just see what happens?
I'm getting the more niche picks out of the way for us. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm doing as we whittle it down. But that's it's over to you, Will.
I think I'm gonna cut my own game.
Oh boy.
Interesting. I'm curious to know which one it will be.
Vessel of Hatred, I think.
Okay.
Mm,
Yeah. Let's do this now.
Let's rip the band-aid off real quick.
Yeah. Will, why are you gonna cut it?
I don't think it has anything to do with the worth of Vessel of Hatred as itself. I just don't think that we have 5 slots. Realistically, if all the games that we've moved up already stay, we have 5 slots.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, we're not cutting Tekken. Tekken will be on this list. I will stalemate us until 4 in the morning.
Oh God,
That's funny.
All right.
can't believe we're
That's
So-
funny.
Because I have said this, I'm willing to take one of my own things off the board to make it a little bit easier for everybody else. Okay? So, like, Diablo 4, I think, is a really brilliant... It's also partially because it's an expansion, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
If this was, like, Diablo 4 base, I think I'd have that fight. The expansion is excellent. I think it asks a lot of really great questions in terms of its story about, like, what we owe one another, the cost of, like, doing the things that Diablo characters do is, like, the cost of trying to save other people and do the right thing and deal with, like, an evil that is so big and enormous and beyond what our characters are, who are, like, relatively specs, right? And I think it explores that really, really well. It also explores, like, the corruption of institutions and how you can build something based on a lie and then it gets away
Ugh.
from people. I think it's a great game. I think it's really well written. I think the ending is devastating. But ultimately it is an expansion. And it's one of those things where, like, if we were talking about Diablo 4 as a whole, I wouldn't cut it. If we were talking about Diablo 4 and its expansion, I wouldn't cut it. But because it is an expansion and because it kind of relies on the base game to make its point, like, it's a dessert at the end of a great meal, right?
That's the reason it's not on my list. Exact same reason.
And it's like, that dessert can be excellent. And I think everybody who enjoyed Diablo 4 should play Vessel of Hatred because I do think it's excellent. That's why it's on my list. But I think at the end of the day, I would rather recognize a full and new game. And that is not to take anything away from what that game manages to do. I think it's a really great expansion. I think it follows up that story beautifully in a way that I didn't think they would be able to in an expansion. I'm really excited to see where it goes. So I have nothing but good things to say about Vessel of Hatred, but I also realize that we have 5 slots, and I can fight for this or I can fight for Tekken. So
Fair.
play Vessel of Hatred.
Yeah.
It is really beautifully written and excellently designed.
I have to spotlight this because, yeah, Brian and I have been exchanging glances and smirks and everything because nothing to do with Vessel of Hatred, just what you said about what made Vessel of Hatred special makes it all the harder that you didn't get 1000x resist time in. So
I believe you guys. I'm sorry. You
I
can
know.
blame the MGM Grand in Las Vegas.
I get
Yeah.
it.
I'm just like, God, like,
We
all right.
just
I'm
across the
willing
internet.
to roll. I'm
we were
willing
linked
to
on
roll
that.
with you guys on that one on sheer belief.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I'm going to take one for the team.
It was just funny. This is not
The exact wording was so
yes,
perfect. For
it is not
all.
it is not a dig at you. It is just the phrases that you chose to hold up about this game. I'm like, damn, dude, like he really he's
You're
really
gonna like it when you get to it.
he's
I
really
hope.
holding up the second place person as, man, this person was so great, but he didn't see the first place person cross the finish line. It's crazy. But yeah, it is good. It is good. And Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is tricky for me because yes, it does do all these things really, really well. Yes, in some ways it is kind of a refinement and taking what the base game did and expanding on it.
But it really needs that base game.
Yeah,
and that
it
base
doesn't-
game
doesn't
is
work without
very
it.
good.
yeah.
And that for me is ultimately what it is. I think I'm not doing it justice. I would recommend anybody who hasn't played Vessel of Hatred who wants to know what I think about it to read the thing I wrote for Shack News, where I had time to sit and think, and it was fresh in my memory, and really explain what that story means to me. And I'm not doing it here because A, it's late at night, B, it's been several months, and C, I am drinking.
Yeah.
But
For
I
something
do-
closer to home, you can go back and listen to our Diablo 4 spoiler cast on it.
Mm.
Yeah, it continues to blow my mind just how maligned Diablo 4 is on the internet as a whole. Like even the story and writing is dissed in a lot of ways. It's like you want to talk about the business practices, the open world, the live service shit.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay,
go
sure.
for it. Sure. But people talk shit about the story. I'm like, bro, why? What? Who
Story's
are
good.
you? What
Yeah.
do you? Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you have played it if you're fighting against it. So
Now, if
Anyway.
this is a holdover, like TLDR, didn't play Diablo 4, holdover criticism from Diablo 3, that's fine, but you're not talking about what we have now. Diablo 4 is a
Yeah.
return to form, and the Vessel of Hatred is proof that the return to form in the base game was not a fluke. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
And it
Can I-
only
can I-
makes you
can I-
more excited to see what comes next.
yeah.
Yeah, I've never been more excited, I think, to see expansions to a Blizzard game than maybe StarCraft 2. With your guys' permission, I'd like to read like 2 lines from the thing that I wrote, and then we'll go on to the next thing.
Yeah, go for it.
Please.
The story of Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred explores trauma, grief, loss, friendship, the corruption of institutions, the idea of stolen valor, what we owe to each other, what happens to us when we die, the power of legacy and belief, and what ultimately we will sacrifice to protect the things we love. That is what that game is about. And I think it does it really beautifully. And that, like, these characters are very human and they make decisions based on being human. And there are certain things that they just can't bring themselves to do, right? And I think that's really, really excellent. So,
Even though they know they should.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's good character writing.
Yeah.
And it's there.
It is.
It's good. When
100%.
you know the knife is coming and it still hurts just as bad.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, Lucas, I think it's your turn.
Okay.
You hanging in there, bud?
I'm making it. I'm doing my best.
You're a
We're actually
trooper, dude.
making, again, pretty good time.
Yeah. You're doing great.
Before I keep going, did we decide what the deal with vengeance is?
Shit.
2 of us have it. It should be protected.
I'm
Yes.
really on the one hand, yes. On the other hand, it is a remaster, update. SMT5
Yeah.
is old.
And none of the others that are protected are that.
Yes, I think if you guys feel
Hmm.
really strongly about it, we can move it into that category. But I think we need to talk about why specifically this version of the game should be on this list, and not just SMT5 is really good, and this is more really. If I had to cut Vessel of Hatred for being built on the backs of Diablo 4, I want to know why this is not in the same boat.
To be fair, you chose to make that cut yourself.
I did.
But I
I
would have
think if
made
we-
that cut.
You didn't
also,
have to do a
so-
damn thing.
I did not, but
Uh.
I think like if we're gonna hold ourselves to a standard, we should hold ourselves to a standard. And if
fair,
that's
that's fair.
yeah,
The sword cuts both ways, or
we,
it
like we
shouldn't,
are we
or
are
we
now
shouldn't
at
let
the
it cut
point.
at all. Yeah.
Yeah, we are now at the point where cuts are going to be painful. We have exhausted the easy ones. These are going to hurt from now on.
So what I can do is explain why I put it on my list, and then maybe let Chris weigh in, and we can go from there and decide if we should like.
Since it's
You know,
still your
Lucas,
cut, is there
it is
something else
your
you want to
cut.
cut first?
It is your cut. We can
yeah.
wait until it's either
Yeah.
my cut or Brian's cut.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
Make your cut.
all right.
Yeah. And it's a little more
Uh,
contentious pick as far as protected ones go. Like the ones that are up there, sacred cows. We're gonna have to fight
Yeah,
over those.
that was an oversight with it not being on the protected list, but it also did prompt an interesting discussion about
True.
remasters.
Yes.
So, which is
Oh, we're
another
actually further along than I thought because I had UFO 50 on the still alive, and it's also in the protected. So we're actually one further ahead than I thought we were. We
My
need to get
goodness.
this to 5. We are at 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
14, I
11,
think.
12, 13. Yep. So 8 more cuts.
Okay.
That's assuming that the stuff in the protected list stays there.
Sometimes it gets cut, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah. I
can
open-
tell you the top 3 are not going to move.
No.
Looking at just the still alive column makes this a little easier instead of scrolling up and down the list.
Yeah.
This is still tough.
Gonna hurt.
Yeah,
It hurts
we are
someone.
past the easy cuts. We got the easy cuts out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're also at the point where it's like, okay, stuff I haven't played but know enough about to know the arguments for them. So it's just weird to be like, I cut this.
You can make someone justify their pick. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
fine
mean,
if you
that's-
put it to them and then they defend it, then it moves
Yeah.
down.
Okay, Will, you just cut something, so I'll go to Neva. So I want to hear
Oh,
about that game.
okay.
I don't know if you've talked about it on the show yet, or if you did, I wasn't there.
It was talked about, but I don't know if that was just the one where it was just you and I. So
Yeah, I think
yeah,
I think you guys talked about that without us because I haven't
yeah.
heard about it either.
So this is the Nomada Studio game that came out this year, the follow up to Greece, which is just
GRIS.
one of the most beautiful games I've ever played in my life. It's like playing a watercolor painting, and Neva is the same thing. Like it is a watercolor painting, except this time there's combat, and it
Does it have aerial raves?
Is it like Sonic Frontiers?
Can you make the wolf air juggle? This is what we need to know.
Yes, there are aerial raves.
All right, I'm more likely to back this game based solely on the fact that Brian says it has aerial raves.
I was trying to remember if it had an Izuna drop as well.
Dude, if it had an Izuna drop, we'd all just have to drop what we're doing and go play it now.
Mhm.
I mean, I know it's more of a I don't think it's like specifically an Izuna drop. You do have air to ground attacks though.
No. Izuna drop is
It's
a
like-
very specific.
I know.
thing.
It's not.
It's a very
it's
specific
not,
thing,
yeah,
and
it's
it is
not- it's
also
not
the
that.
coolest specific thing.
Yeah. But yeah, it so this is you take that beauty of the original game, you expand it. So the first game, Greece, the precursor to this, is about depression. And it's very one of the things. So this when we talk about video games being art, this studio is what I'm talking about. Like this is it is literally art. Like you can just constantly ride the screenshot button and you will have like every frame of painting is an account that could have been made just about this. I had Grease screenshots as my backgrounds, like several different ones over that year for like most of the year. And you could do that with this as well. This game is about mourning. It is about how it's about life not always being a good thing, but in a very different way than the Souls games are about. This is about well, you know, since Will did this earlier, I'm gonna read 2 sentences from my backlogged review. Neva is about grief, fighting the endless and seemingly hopeless fight against the darkness, and life's resilience in both the face of wonderful and terrible things. It's about the attachments we make to the people that we love, and how far people will be willing to go to protect the things that matter. So, and it does all of that without really having any dialogue. So, but yeah, I think it's beautiful. I would love it for this to make the top 10, but I think I'm the only person that played it here.
Yes, but at the same time, based purely on Greece's reputation alone, I'm willing to at least say it can wait around if you want to hold it. Do you want to hold on to it though?
Let me look at what I have left and see, because so I'm actually pretty lucky because 3 of the things in our protected category are like the highest things that I have. So
Yeah, you and I are good for a lot of it.
A lot of the stuff that I am like knockdown, drag out, fight to keep in here, I'm not gonna have to fight to keep in. So it's really just about what I have left that like must make it. Neva is one of those, but Scald is definitely one of those.
Okay, so I guess here's my question, right? Would you rather have Neva or would you rather have Indica? Because you're probably only going to get one if you get either.
Yeah, that's
my question to you in this moment is which one would you rather have?
Yeah, because I've taken a swing at Indica already, and
and I did defend it, and so I think that's a really good question. I think a swing has already been taken at Indica. I feel like it really could go either way. I think as a more it hits on like all fronts. I think I will fight for Neva and we can kill Indica for now.
Okay.
I mean, I said kill it for now, but you know what I mean. It's
Yeah.
we can cut that.
Yep.
I think I would rather
The deflect, the attack
Yeah.
came in, you deflected it, and got collateral.
yeah. But
That
that is a difficult choice because there's a part of me that's like, ugh. I think Indica should stay, but in this moment, I'm saying Neva.
We will always have our personal top 10.
Yes.
Yeah. And the other thing is, again, we can revisit this later.
Yeah.
We probably will for at least one thing, but the important thing is to get it to 5 and be like, are we happy with this 5?
Yeah.
Right. So, Brian, I think it's actually your cut.
Oh yeah, it's mine. Did we decide we're shelving the SMT5 discussion for later?
We were shelving it until either you or me brought it up.
Okay. Since we've already broached the subject, I'm gonna say SMT5, so we can have that discussion now and figure out what we're gonna do.
Lucas.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
You want to open this up?
So, yes, this is a re-release. But it's like I'm trying to think of a good analogy.
I know there's a good one, and it's slipping my mind. Yeah. Let me just go out and just give you the facts as it is real quick, right?
Mm.
So the first game, so SMT5 came out in 2021. Pretty good game. Solid campaign in that there. This game, Vengeance, features a second campaign, which runs through some of it, but it splits off immediately and changes things very quickly, sometimes dramatically, sometimes more subtly, but it ends up like in a fairly different place with a completely different set. It's a full different path, which may as well just be, like a full-on expansion or like side game kind of thing.
So is it like
In
Ada
addition-
Wong versus like Leon?
Kind of. But in addition, it also goes back and updates the original campaign with a whole bunch of new content, side stuff, features that improves that experience as well. So it is definitely the definitive way to tackle SMT5. There's no need for the original game anymore, especially now that this one is not just, stuck on the Switch. So
it's-
there's enough here to potentially justify it not being simply a remaster. If we wanted to get really technical, we could just sit here and defend just the Vengeance campaign, and we could probably make a case for it, I think.
It's like if you had this just amazing fucking hot dog that you made, but you're at 7-Eleven and you like accidentally hit the chili thing a little too hard and it gets all over the bun and it gets kind of soggy and the bun kind of falls and you just can't hold it and it's the hot dog is still amazing, but just like the whole mechanism for like holding it, just it feels gross to touch and it's not really
mechanism.
appetizing. Yeah. So you can't really, you would love this hot dog, but you just can't enjoy it the way you feel like you should. This is like taking that hot dog and just perfectly executing, like getting it and putting it in the bun and putting the toppings you want. And then like changing your mind a little bit and adding some more toppings and just like not making any mistakes. And now you just have this perfect hot dog. And that's kind of what this is. This is Shin Megami Tensei coming back after having a bit of a rough time of it, and very much falling under the shadow of Persona uh, for a long time. But it came back, and it was on the Switch, and it ran like garbage, and it had some signs that it may have been rushed out the door a little bit, and some other things were like maybe it was a little too uh, afraid to be too much not like Persona. And this one, they do a whole new campaign that feels much more in line with like the spirit of what Shin Megami Tensei is.
While also leaning into the Persona stuff and then taking shots at it.
Yes. It's like it knows its audience and it kind of throws them some bones. Has fun, has a little bit of fun with addressing some of the criticisms that came from the Persona crowd. Um, Also actually gets to like look amazing and run really well. So like it has some
Even
interesting
on the Switch,
ideas.
it looks and runs better, but it's on
Yeah,
other platforms now, so
yeah.
better still.
On PC, it's so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Will, I see
It's
you
like
there with that bridge mix, and I'm gonna say I'm right there with you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
so I think it's the last hurrah of the artist from that series who doesn't work at Atlas anymore. Who's been like the Shin Megami Tensei guy for decades. It does this interesting thing of like it doesn't really have dungeons the same way Shin Megami Tensei games does, but like it's the open world is very like labyrinthine. It's hard to navigate. Like you'll see something you want to get to, but it's not as easy as it would be in most other open world games. Just like, oh, jump up there or whatever. It's like you have to
It's
find
more
the
like
right
it's got
path.
5 big dungeons,
Yeah.
just each one being like a mini open world zone, but they're just sprawling and labyrinthine and difficult to navigate in a lot of ways, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, and when you can actually see, because the resolution is high and the frame rate isn't uh, struggling, then those ideas really shine. Um, so for me, it was like, yeah, this is a re-release, but it almost feels like more of like a second try. Um, like I really hesitate to talk about things like replacing other things, but it's like, man, if this had been what had come
Okay,
out the first time,
it's a Realm Reborn. It's FF14 a Realm Reborn.
kind of.
It's approaching that, except the original SMT5 didn't completely suck off.
Yeah, like it was still good. It's just like, man, it was really, really held back in maybe preventable ways. Um, and this is like, oh, the game's actually out now. At least that's kind of how it felt like to me.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know how willing I am to like die on that hill or not, but that was kind of my justification for
Well, now is the time to
including it
decide if you're
first
gonna
life.
die on that hill.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
hill you want
I
to die on.
understand. I don't know.
I don't want to see it go, but
But you love to watch it walk away.
hey, man, that flowing hair, oh,
It's true.
Yep, that's definitely what I'm looking at when I say that.
it is in SMT5 when it's walking away from you. Trust me.
Well, I played
Wow,
it.
exposed. SMT5 has no cake. Put it in the bin.
Oh, it has cake. Oh, it has cake. It's SMT. It has cake.
So much
Sometimes you don't want that cake, but oh boy, does it have it. Mara is right there in the distance.
It's cake you can't necessarily trust.
Where have I heard that before?
Lucas, do we want to die on this hill or no?
Probably not. I think I've got other hills I'm more happy to die on.
Okay.
I'm willing to let it go as well.
All right.
Besides not to pull in Austin, we love to see it.
Consign it to the refuse bin.
I love it. You should play it.
Yeah.
You should play it. You should play SMT3 as well. But
A
that's
good enough
easily
game to be on our honorable mentions list, you know?
yeah.
Better than all the personas put together.
You heard it here first.
I don't know how hard I'd agree with that, but there's an argument to be made. There is an argument to be made.
If it's better than all the personas, then I should definitely play it.
Look, I didn't, for context, I didn't get past like 30, 40, 30, 40 hours of Metaphor. I played through SMT5 twice, one of which was a campaign I'd already played before previously. Did it back to back, didn't hesitate, would go
Yeah.
back and do it again. Great time.
Absolutely.
Fucking do it again.
If I had time, I would have gone through all 3 routes.
Hell yeah.
Chris, cut something.
Now it's my turn, is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Will,
Yeah.
MechWarrior 5 came out in 2019. Why is Clans so good?
Man, I thought you were going to ask me something hard.
I know it's good, but I want to know if it's 2024 top good.
It is so good. It is so good. So MechWarrior 5 plans. So the original MechWarrior 5 is not really like a traditional campaign, really. Clans is. You are Clan Smoke Jaguar, you are new Mech Warriors, and you get dropped in, you and your squad get dropped into basically they're gonna try to retake Earth, is essentially the story, right? This is a pretty famous thing in the Mech Warrior lore. What makes MechWarrior 5 really good is that A, it is an excellent MechWarrior game. Like as a combat sim, when you're in your, between 40 to 80 ton mech, you're in your Timberwolf or your Direwolf, and you are just absolutely shredding people because you have this sick kit that is like, I got a Gauss rifle, I got missiles, I got like 3 lasers on here, I got another Gauss rifle, and I'm shooting people's. The cool thing about MechWarrior is that like it rewards you really, 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 really well for knowing what you're doing. Like, hey, I know what kind of mech that is. I know where all your armaments are. I'm gonna blow those arms off. If you see a catapult mech where all the armament for the most part is on the arms, you blow both their arms off, that mech is a lot less scary. And it rewards you for being like, that's a catapult, I'm gonna kill it. I know exactly what I'm gonna do, right? At the same time, it's also a game that rewards you for like using squad commands smartly and dealing with bosses in an intelligent way. Or if you're playing with your friends, being like, hey man, what's your durability at? Okay, I'm at like 60%. You wanna walk forward in front of me for a little bit, and I'll just back you up. Like it really rewards coordination, especially with other people. But the thing that really makes it sing, I think, aside from the fact that the combat is excellent, because it genuinely is that it forces you to do bad things. Which maybe sounds bad, but like the Smoke Jaguar clan are bad people. Most of the clans are bad people. There is a mission in this.
It's not a good setting. It's not
No.
a sanitized setting in the slightest.
No. So, like, imagine like the most awkward homeschooled kid you've ever seen in your life, and then like genetically engineering that kid to be really good at war, and then giving them like an 80-ton mech.
We
And
iron-blooded orphans out here.
Yeah, and then indoctrinating them to be like, no matter what you do, it is good because the clan is good. And that is the characters that you're dealing with. And I guess this is kind of a spoiler. At one point, like, you basically nuke a planet because they refuse to surrender. And you kill, like, a lot of people. And the rest of the campaign turns on that moment, like, hey, you're just like, hey, surrender, like, and they're like, why would we believe you? The other guys surrendered, but they made it irritating, and you killed their whole, like, this whole city. You killed, like, a lot of people for no reason. And it's about, like, who gets to be in charge of these things, like, what the punishment is for something like that. The guy gets to come back and still be in a leadership position. Imagine that, right? Despite the fact that the clan is like, this is dishonorable. And then later on, I guess this is kind of a spoiler, but, like, later on, you're on another planet trying to, like, seize control of it so you can continue the invasion. And you go into this town and you're like, hey, you are harboring like terrorists, basically. Turn them over. And they're like, no. And they're like, listen, like, and your boss is like, they say no, you burn this entire city down. You kill everybody. And your pilots by this point have realized, like, hey, that's fucked up, actually. But it forces you to do it because they're like, no. And it's like, why would we trust you? Like, we saw what you did on that other planet. You're going to do this to us anyway. So you do it. And the game forces you to actually play through this where it's like, I'm going to walk my mech through these buildings and kill these people. You're not shooting at like little individual people, but like you are blowing up this town. And like it actually has something to say about that. About like the characters start to realize like, what the fuck are we doing? Right? And it becomes like a major story point that leads to a major choice later on about who you're gonna be, right? And it does it really, really well in a way that, you know, like it would be really easy to just make fun mech combat game. And it's just like, actually, no, like you guys are kind of monstrous and we're gonna make you uncomfortable. And your characters are going to be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, it feels really fucking good to play. Like it feels good to have the power fantasy, but every second like of the back half of that game is being like, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad, you should not be enjoying it. Right? And it makes you do it. It's deeply uncomfortable. And it tells a really good story while being a really excellent game that you can play with your friends and rewards you for being smart and knowing like how to build your mechs, what the best thing to accomplish the situation is, right? What's the best strategy? So it's a game that plays really well, but also like has things to say. And it's gorgeous and it's very thoughtful and yeah, it's amazing. I don't know what to say. I was surprised by it. I did not go into playing that game thinking like this is going to be one of my favorite games of the year. I love MechWarrior 5 Clans. I think everybody should play it. That is my
MechWarrior
justification.
5 The Line is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, basically. Like you are going to do bad things. Like this is one of those things where I think like games are very very worried about like upsetting the player a lot of the time. MechWarrior is going to upset you. Like people that you like are going to die. Bad people are going to be in power regardless of what you do. And you are going to have to make some really awful choices. And if you make a choice that like the choice I made, I ended up going back to Smoke Jaguar, and like the consequences of that choice are devastating. Right? Like it does not fuck around with this. And I did not expect that from a MechWarrior game, while also just being excellent to play, having really great level design, really great mech design, really great customization, like allowing you to do all these things with your friends, right? But it does. You get to the end of that game, and it's not super long. It's about a 30-hour campaign, which I know seems really long, but like we have 100-hour long games now, so 30 hours, whatever. Like it doesn't overstay its welcome. I can remember specific missions like vividly because they're so interesting from a design standpoint. So I think again, like one of those games that I have been saying ever since it came out that people should play. It's a sleeper for this year. Like it really is one of the best games this year. The only reason that I did not, I think I gave it an 8 on IGN. I hate talking about games in terms of numbers, but the reason that I did not score it higher was because of bugs, which they have since fixed.
I hate giving numbers scores, so I'm with you there. So
yeah, I'm just trying to tell you, I'm trying to convey how strongly I felt that this game is really
you're
excellent.
conveying it well enough that I almost want to rescind it, but I still got to ask, do you want to fight for this? Should it stay longer?
I think it absolutely should, yeah. I think it's
All right.
really unique in terms of what it's doing. Like how many, I mean, Armored Core has done this for years, and Armored Core 6 does a really good job of this, but like MechWarrior does a good job also of being like, hey, this mech power fantasy that you want so bad does not lead to good things.
There is a cost, and
there is an enormous cost for this. And it's going to be to you and to your friends and to people that you don't know, and you will be the one pulling the trigger, and you should think about that.
All right. Consider it deflected, then MechWarrior 5 lives on, which makes it your turn.
Oh, me?
Yeah, that was my attempt.
I'm going to cut the Axis Unseen. It's my game. I defended it. It lasted a really long time. I still think it's worth like being on this top 10. I also look at the stuff that's left, and there are things that I would rather have. So
yeah, I was gonna put that specific question to you in the wake of defending MechWarrior 5.
Yeah, I would rather have MechWarrior 5. Axis Unseen, I've said my bit on it. It's a really excellent game.
I'll get to it one of these days.
Yeah. I'm going to count that as, I guess, my cut.
Yeah.
We're just going to leave Chris's blank. Like, an attempt was made.
An attempt was indeed made.
Lucas.
My turn. Okay.
Your turn.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you can say, Will, you can say what the attempt was, just so we'll know.
Yeah, mark the other
I
one
may
as
I may
extra, right?
include like the cut order in the show notes.
There you go. Cool.
Uh,
I do like this system. This is an interesting discussion for sure.
We need to cut 5 more.
5 more.
I want to hear about Pacific Drive.
Somehow I knew that was where it was going.
Yeah, good pick.
Ooh. What to say? What to say?
Who's coming to its defense?
It's me.
I
I'm
mean,
the
I can
problem.
also
It's me.
co-defend it with Chris because I haven't finished it, but I've played a good chunk of it. It's a really good game.
That's the thing. It is a really good game. There's something to be said about the fact that it's almost like survival crafting game that leans into it's not horror, but it leans into that kind of atmosphere so much that it becomes very tense. All the hazards and such are presented almost like they're presented more like hazards. There's no enemies per se, though many are, would be considered traditional enemies, but they just kind of obstruct you. They make your life difficult. They make your missions difficult, and you have to find ways around them, find ways to counteract them, find ways to find new technology and parts to upgrade your shit heap of a car that gets more and more cursed and quirky as it goes on. And you have to deal with that every step of the way. You have to get out and handle the process of it. You have to repair it piece by piece. You have to replace piece by piece. You have to diagnose the problems that it has in order to get rid of them. And they can be minor problems. They can be really fucking weird ones. I had one where if I changed direction too quickly, like if I went left, right too quickly, I would accelerate by 30 miles an hour instantly. That's a problem. I would have other ones where, if I turn the radio on and off in quick succession, my door falls open. Shit like that. There are so many little weird quirks that you develop and have to deal with over this game in the process of going out on scavenging runs, pushing through these hazards, building up your resources and equipment and this car that you have developed this love-hate relationship with as it gets you through, which also is reflected in the narrative, which is brilliant. And it tells an interesting story in an interesting setting that's presented in a really, really cool way that is probably the best depiction of like something inspired by Roadside Picnic. Even over like, Stalker, which is like pretty much the direct analogy. And fuck, that game is so cool. It is so cool. Every time, like it's one of those, it's a weird game in that I didn't just sit with it and play it through to completion. I would pick it up, play it like heavily for a day, put it down, go away for like a month or whatever, pick it up and continue and have a great time and feel nothing less about it. And I did that repeatedly over the course of the year. And I could happily go back to it right now. Like, it is interesting, it is compelling. There's nothing else quite like it, despite it being, derivative in a lot of ways of the genre norms and such. And I want to defend it. I want it to be here.
I think Pacific Drive deserves to be here because I think it's interesting that it builds a narrative almost entirely around systems.
Yes.
In a way that most games don't do. Like the car itself is a character, and you come to really understand like, what do I have to do to fix the car? What do I need to do to navigate through the world with this car? And it's you don't really see other characters, their voices on your radio, but it works. And you learn like how the world works, and that becomes part of the story, and the way that the car interacts with the world becomes part of the story, and the systems, the way the car changes over time becomes part of the story, right? Like it's a very systems based narrative, in a way that I don't think a lot of games are. I think it deserves to be here too, and I think it's the other thing is like Pacific Drive. There's nothing else like it. There's no other game quite like it. Where you
And
have
it's never been far from my mind all year. Like, it came out early last year, and yet it has persisted. Like,
and it is
yeah.
It is interesting in a way that it does not. It forces you to make decisions consciously. Like, hey,
Yes.
I'm gonna get out of my car. I didn't put it in park. It's gonna roll down this hill, right? Like, it doesn't automatically go into park. You have to put
Yeah,
it in
there's a
park.
process. You need to turn the key, put it in gear, put it in park, do that. Or, little mistakes and fuck ups will have consequences and such. And so you need to really drive that fucker. And then when, the hazards kick in, like the rain and the wind and storms, and every level is basically you opening a portal which has to be on the other side of the map as an instability storm closes in around you and shit starts decaying rapidly as it is rebuilt around you. You have to drive towards the pillar of light as fast as you fucking can while everything is falling apart and your systems fail and shits fall off and you fuck up and you bank and you hit a log and you have to... Amazing.
Yeah, it's
Nothing else like it.
It is like a vehicle for storytelling. Like, single player games are really
A
bad.
vehicle for storytelling. Come on, Will.
Single player games. Single player games are largely really bad at, like, I can tell you a story of my playthrough, and it will sound really cool. It'll be completely different from anything you've ever done. There's some that are like, the Souls sometimes does that, right? But, like, by and large, games are really bad at that. Pacific Drive is an entire game built around, and then this cool thing happened. Like, the first time I played it at PAX West, I made the portal with like 3 seconds to spare. That feeling was amazing because at one point in the middle of that run, I was like, it's over. I'm not going to make it. And then I was perfect for about 30 seconds. Right. And if I had messed up if I had hit a log, if I had done anything wrong, I would not have made it. But I did. And that is the whole game in a lot of ways. Like, you have those moments over and over and over and over again in a way
through
that,
the
like,
portal, you're in the garage and you're there building it again piece by piece with what you have scavenged and what you have lost and everything like that.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. I think Pacific Drive should be on this list.
Yeah. I gotta defend it, my friends. I'm not willing to let it go yet.
So on one hand, I'm like, damn, we really these cuts are not cutting. And on the other hand, I feel like if we, as a show as a whole, and as 4 critics in this space, have one kind of pet issue, it's that uniqueness is precious, and it should be defended at all costs. So, it's funny because I actually thought, it sounds like there's maybe an argument for including Pacific Drive on the list, even over maybe one of the protected games, but we can get to that discussion later, perhaps.
Yeah,
I foresee a future in which that is exactly what happened.
I was actually going to ask how precious y'all are about UFO 50.
Pretty precious. For much of the same reasons I outlined just now for Pacific Drive.
I think it's really cool and very unique. I just wanted to know how strongly y'all felt about it. Because
I was going to say, and I'm asking, I was going to ask that question about Helldivers.
That was where I thought you were going to lead into, is the thing. I think if any of the protected ones should be looked at now and deprotected, it might be time for Helldivers. But yeah, it is still Brian's pick. So what do you think?
I am open to that, but I think we need to cut at least 2 more games before we have that discussion.
Yeah, that's fine with me if we want to push that off. But
all right.
But wait, is it my cut?
Yes.
Lucas
tried to cut Pacific.
He made a swing at Pacific Drive just now.
Gotcha.
Came off to my boy.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I almost cut Pacific Drive last run, but I thought to myself, I can't like cut 3 of Will's games like just back to back. Like I gotta spread the love. You know what I mean? And I didn't even realize that it wasn't on your list. It was on Chris's list. I was like, oh, Will is the car
Yeah.
guy. I know he loves this. I was with you when we played this at PAX. Like I
It is
figured
number 5 on my top 10. It is right
Yeah.
below Balatro.
that's
I'll
wild.
give you a free cut, Brian. Cut Dustborn.
That's what I was gonna. That is what
I
I
was
was
gonna
going to
ask
bring
about
up
that.
this round. That is what I was
Yeah,
going to bring
cut
up this
Dustborn.
round.
I'll let you do it.
Yeah, Dustborn.
All right.
Eulogize it.
I think Dustborn is amazing. I think part of the story of that game is that like it got a lot of really undeserved garbage for daring to have people of color in it and women in it and people who are not thin and people who are diverse and a bunch of other things.
It got directly in the sights of the fucking culture war crowd, regardless of any kind of qualities. And yeah,
I'm here to tell you that like I think Dustborn is imperfect. I do not like the way that game ends. I think it's very abrupt and it pulls in a story that maybe it doesn't quite earn. But man, I am a big defender on like the journey doesn't matter if you end up on the top of shit mountain. Dustborn doesn't end on shit mountain. It just makes me wish I liked the ending a little bit more. But I think the characters in that game are really great. They don't always get along. They have problems with each other. They're very, very flawed people. But that story, I think, is really affecting because it's a group of people who are outcasts in society who basically have superpowers. They're outcasts for having superpowers. And they are trying to smuggle this information to Nova Scotia so they can get out of what is left of the United States. And the characters that you meet on that journey and the relationships that they have are really complex and they're written like adults for adults and they deal with really complicated subject matter and you can make them angry at you to the extent that it actually changes the outcome of the game, or you can like depends on the relationships you build in a way that most games don't. Like there is no A, B, or C door at the end of Dustborn. It's like, yeah, these are the decisions you made and as a result of these, this is the ending you got. We're not going to give you a choice. Like you are up to the choices that you have made up to this point, which I think is a really brave thing to do. And to put these characters that are like not normally in a like main characters in video games and have them front and center and have them be complex and have them be flawed and have them mess up and have them fight. But like through it all, like try to pull together, try to do this thing and like have things to say. And like view the superpower thing in a really interesting way where like the characters have the ability to manipulate through language. Right, Pax is the main character. She can make people feel bad about themselves or force them to do things that they don't want to do. Other characters can soothe and like push emotions to the side. Other characters, one character has the ability to heal other people by reciting poetry. Dustborn is really cool and extremely unique, and there's nothing else like it, and it deserved better than it got. And it was one of the most emotionally moving games that I played last year, and in a better world, I think it got some recognition that it didn't get in this one. And if we had a top 15, I'd fight for it really hard. But the reason I'm willing to let it go is because the ending doesn't quite land for me in the way that I want it to. And I think the thing at the end that I have an issue with happens regardless, based on what I've seen. So I just think it like pivots to a meta narrative that would be stronger if it didn't. But still very much worth playing. Like, really beautiful art, great characters, fantastic writing, smart, intelligent in the way that it treats its characters. And I love that it holds you to your decisions in the past and doesn't say pick a door. Dustborn's really good.
Good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Nice. So that was mine. It's back to you, Chris.
Well, given how few there are here that aren't touched, Lucas, I'm sure you know this is coming, but I got to put my sights in on Sheeran.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, what is it about Sheeran the Wanderer that puts it on your list here?
I think we've talked about kind of being sick of roguelikes.
Yep.
For me, there is something about the way Mystery Dungeons in particular do roguelike that absolves it of
It does feel slightly different. I
Yeah.
can understand that.
just about anything I can think of that annoys me about other roguelikes doesn't annoy me in these games. And I think part of that is like, especially with Sheeran, it does a really good job of making the whole like messing up and dying and starting over part of the experience instead of like, oh no, how could this horrible thing happen to you? Doesn't that suck? It's more like, oh, this is funny because like you ate a rice ball and it turned out to be poisoned, or you stepped on a trap and the room filled with monsters and they beat you up, and they throw you out at the end, and it's like they're kicking you out of a bar. They all come out and kind of carry you and toss you into the street. It's just very silly about it. And it's like, yeah, okay, you lose all your stuff, you start back at level 1, but hopping back in is easy and painless, and chances are, if you've done a couple things here or there, or based on how long you've played or some other flag you haven't seen, something's going to happen in the game anyway. It's not just about like getting to the end. It's like you play and you put your time in, and the game recognizes that. It's like, well, there's still the story is still moving forward. You don't have to clear the dungeon yet. We don't expect you to yet. There's still things happening while you work on that. And Sheeran games typically don't even bother having like meta progression like other games. Like it's
Yeah, they're
actually
straight
very,
roguelikes, like roguelike, not light.
yeah. Yeah, like other mystery dungeon games, especially the ones that use IP, like Pokemon or Chocobo or whatever, they do kind of do the meta progression because they're like, okay, more people are going to play this, so
Even Void Terrarium does, yeah.
yeah. So we'll throw that in because we want you to be able to get through and yada yada yada. And Sheeran's not really like that. And the series definitely struggled for a while, even though roguelikes or Souls likes or whatever the hell got more popular. These ones just kind of fell on the wayside. Um, and I think part of that struggle was they kept trying to like throw other gimmicks in and stuff. Uh, this new one is like back to basics. It's just you go in the dungeon. There's no nonsense. You find your weapons and you can upgrade them while you have them, but if you lose them, they're gone. There's no weird night and day system or crazy boss fights or other weird stuff. The only thing is like you can get a partner that'll go down the dungeon with you, and they might level up and keep their levels persistently, but that's not like a reliable tool to lean on. It's just like a slight little boost. Um, but I think like for one, there's definitely like a pacing thing to it. The way these games function is whole world is turn based. So it's like you can see almost like a board your surroundings, and it's like if there's an enemy there, that enemy's not going to do anything until you do something. So, like you'll move, and then the enemy will move. So everything's kind of taking turns in that way. So there's not like this element of like intense pressure all the time, like in a sweatier roguelike. Um, it's got like a sense of humor. It's silly. It's colorful. Like your buddy's a talking ferret. Um, so I just think that like despite being a more truer roguelike than most, it's also got this like um I don't know, lackadaisical attitude to it, I guess, where it's like, this is hard and maybe difficult to deal with for a while, but we're still here to have a good time. But I think a lot of roguelikes kind of forget that part where like just because there's friction as a big part of the game doesn't mean it needs to be like mean spirited or like you know, um, I don't want to say anti-player 'cause that sounds stupid, but that's kind of where I'm landing on. But it's like the game can still be on your side even though it's giving you a hard time. Um, and I think this game is exemplary of all the stuff I just kind of went over. It is a mystery dungeon of the purest and highest degree. I think it's very good. I don't think I will fight for it um, because I think where mystery dungeon kind of might falter on a exercise like this is because it's kind of happy-go-lucky and silly. It can come off as shallow in other areas, which I understand. There's not going to be like a terribly substantive story or anything like that. It's just a dude going on an adventure with his ferret buddy, uh, and he really likes rice balls and peaches and putting things in pots and
Who doesn't? I
yeah,
mean, who among us does not?
Brian
Uh,
Barnett, known Potter.
yeah.
It's
Yep.
true.
Just
I
loves
love
to-
hiding things in pots and then waiting
Seeing
until
what
somebody
happens.
wanders into my house and just breaks the shit out of them to find them.
So we are good with cutting Sheer and the Wanderer, to be clear.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Really, really excellent game.
Sad
think
to see
the-
it go, but
Pillar of its genre. If you like roguelike games and you haven't played Shiro and the Wanderer, that's a huge mistake that you should fix. Especially this new one. I don't know, I'll leave it at that.
Godspeed.
My turn.
I
Your
think
turn.
Will's gonna do something painful.
No.
No?
No. I think we should cut Helldivers.
Interesting.
I think we should discuss cutting Helldivers, if nothing else.
I am
And I-
open to the discussion.
I'm not against it.
I have two possible things that I would like to do here. A, Brian, I think Neva might have to go. B, I think we should consider unprotecting Helldivers.
So you're putting the ball in Brian's court here by saying, what do you value more here?
Yeah.
Never or Helldivers?
Because I will tell you that when Helldivers 2 is cooking, I think it's one of the best experiences I've had this year. The reason I'm considering cutting it is because there was about a 3-month period where they were getting really stupid with the balance, and it became a lot less fun to play.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah, it was a flash
However-
in the pan at the time, and it continued to be pretty solid for a lot of it. They got the vibe right. They got a lot of the mechanics and shenanigans and shit right. It's a great, great fucking time. But
and I think it's to be fair, in the last couple months, I think it's gotten back to that point. 100% no qualifications. But I'm looking at what's left.
and
Right?
therein lies,
Yeah.
honestly, therein lies the rub of the live service, right? That game lives and dies on its updates and balance and such.
Right.
And, yeah,
Like I'm not taking shots at the development studio. Game balance is really hard.
no, of course
But
not.
I think they made a series of really poor decisions where they were like, we want to make the things that are popular less fun so that people will use the other things. And it's like, listen, the way you fix that is you make the other things viable. People were
Yeah,
using the stuff that
100%.
was good and fun, and they were getting punished because the development team was like, we don't like that you guys are using this. Nobody is happy about that, right? And they kept doing it. And it was like,
It became a point that you didn't have the tools to deal with what was up there. You were only using the things not necessarily because they were fun, they were, usually, but because they got the job done. When you take that away, when you continue to nerf and don't elevate other things to that level, you're suddenly left with no tools. You can't fight the bots at high levels with this shit. You know?
yeah, and I think that has to be taken into account for the game's placement. I am good with keeping it there on sheer high highs because I think it works.
When the
I think
highs are
the
high,
way-
it's fucking high, but
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the reality is either Helldivers 2 becomes I think the reality is probably both. One, Helldivers 2 becomes unprotected and we have a serious discussion about whether it deserves to be here, and never probably goes. We're at the point now where we need to start like thinking about a top 10. I could make a top 10 right now.
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
people would be relatively happy with. I don't think there's a reality in which Neva makes it on that list.
Uh, it would be tough. It would be tough. It would be tough for it to stay.
So where do you sit then in the Helldivers versus Never debate?
I think it's really interesting that this
Artistic
is the,
merit versus Super Earth.
but this is the uh
Oh.
this is the choice that has been put in front of us when it's like that's a very interesting thing to do on your turn.
I mean, we're at the point where we have 13 games.
Yes, we do. We do. And I want to make a point before I begin my discussion. Let me check on something real quick.
Sure, go for it. I think it is. See, the fun thing is about this, everybody comes in with a top 10 that they feel fairly good about the order is, but there's always that one game that isn't in your top 5 that you start to think about and you're like, I actually feel more strongly about this game than the stuff that's in
Yes.
my top 5.
This is
Reflection and discussion helps refine these things. This is
Yes,
why this is.
I was about to say, this is why you hang out with people who justify their beliefs and challenge yours. Because when it is through the crucible of conflict that our values become crystallized and emerge. So what I'm looking at is I'm looking at what is number 1 and 2 on everybody's list, because there are some interesting things that can happen depending on how hard people fight for things. We could ostensibly have everybody's 1 or 2 or both in the top 10, but that I don't know that that's going to work. So I'm trying to look at like, where are these things at? What do we have represented and what do we not? And the interesting thing about both Helldivers and Neva is that they are really excellent experiences that are also not truly unique, because Nomada did Greece before this. It just doesn't have combat, which that's a big just. It doesn't have combat. This game has combat, and it's good and fun and strategic. Helldivers is not the only let's fight the big ugly aliens with our friends that even came out this year that we've even talked about tonight. Although they are doing different things.
May I suggest, then, for the sake of the Helldivers discussion here, Helldivers, more than any other game still remaining, is dependent on other people and friends.
Yeah.
Can we therefore justify it from the perspective of somebody going in, if they looked at our top 10 and they played these games alone, would they agree with these lists? Would they feel that that game is worth elevating if you're just queuing with randoms or playing it solo?
I don't like that argument because this is our top 10 and we're not making it for other people.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
But as a consideration.
But I'm going to contrast it with another game that really kind of lives and dies on it, and it's on my list, Tekken. You can have a good time in Tekken playing it by yourself or against people you don't know. You can.
Yeah.
Helldivers, you kind of have to have a squad. Right?
Which is also partially true of another game that has been eliminated, Rivals.
Right.
Yes.
You kind of have to have a team. You kind of have to, like, hope that you don't get that one guy who keeps running into mines, you know?
It is funny.
It is very funny.
It's funny the first couple of times, and then you watch your reinforcement count dwindle and go, dude, come on.
Okay, all right, let me put it this way. Everybody pick one of the stuff that is left that you are absolutely not okay with cutting. Pick one.
I already know mine.
Let's put them up there and see what we have
There is
left.
an asterisk in front of mine, and you all know it's coming.
Sure, I'll just do that too.
Which basically is, ones and twos across the board here.
This is what I was
Everything that
talking
wasn't
about earlier.
protected, yeah.
This is what I was talking about earlier.
Not my two.
It's literally, it's all 1 and 2.
no,
It's all
not
2,
literally.
except for you. It is your number
You
1.
killed my
so,
two,
yeah.
actually. Yeah.
I killed your 2. I'm sorry, but yeah.
You said you weren't gonna fight for it.
I
That's
know.
you
I
know,
know.
other
was trying to
other
be
things.
reasonable.
Yeah, other things that got yeah, that is interesting. That is interesting. I understand why I understand why you feel that way. I think this idea is not bad. I think we could we could make this one move and then see if there's anything left that we feel strongly enough to fight to put on instead of those.
Yeah, I think we move those up, right? And we look at the list that we have, right? So let's put Scald up there. Put Infinite Wealth up there.
Oh, hold on, do Control Shift. We do Control Shift, then it'll add it in with and match the formatting. I'll take care of it.
Okay.
Oh, god damn it. Hold on.
So if we include Helldivers, that gives us 9. And then we discuss whether or not Helldivers remains. And then what of the remaining handful in the Still Alive category, the 2 get bumped up. Or the 1, as the case may be. And they're all fucking hard choices.
Yeah.
Not a single one is going to go easy.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to keep these on the same line, so I'm going to truncate these.
Alternatively, we say, here's our top 14 and call it a day. But no, I don't want to do that.
No. We came in with the top 10. That's what we're gonna make.
That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We fight.
I know this isn't like real. I just wanted to see how many we had.
I have a proposed top 10.
Is this
Okay.
I'm gonna propose a top 10.
Okay.
interesting? Make your motion, good sir.
1,000 text. This is not in order. Okay.
No. Here, I'm going to
1,000
switch these
extra-
back to bullets. I just wanted to see how many we had.
Yeah. So 1,000 X Resist, Mouthwashing, Balatro, UFO 50, Scald Against the Black Priory, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Tekken 8, Saga, Pacific Drive, and Mech Warrior.
So we're arguing then to get rid of Wizardry, Never, and Helldivers.
Yes.
I'm willing to accept that, but we do need to talk it.
Yeah, no, this is why it's a proposal, right? I actually feel quite strongly the Pacific Drive should be on the top 10.
I agree.
I didn't get around to playing it. This is one of the ones that I wanted to get around to playing, but I can definitely see the argument. And if I'm going to reward one thing, I would rather reward novelty and uniqueness than a really fun time with my friends.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Artistic expression is great, and we value that here, but ultimately, for the absolute top 10, we need to go.
yeah, so
we need to consider prioritizing that stuff.
I have one question before I greenlight this, which is what I know Tekken was your number 2.
Yep.
Neva is, I think, my number 6.
4 or 6. Okay.
It's
yeah.
her number 6, yeah.
It's my number 6. Lucas, what number was Wizardry for you?
6.
I had that on 6, yeah.
6.
Okay, on 6. And then where Pacific Drive was where for you, Chris?
5.
5. And then where was
UFO
Mech Warrior
50 was
5 for you,
6.
Will?
5.
5. Okay. So that's good. So the ones that we're looking at leaving off are right around the 5 and 6 spots.
Yes. And
A
I'm
lot
gonna
of
give
our
you
3s and 4s are the protected ones anyway, so.
I'm gonna give you the reason for the the ones that I'm proposing cutting, and I know
Yeah.
that those are both yours and Lucas's. Lucas's, I think is I love Wizardry. Lucas knows that I love Wizardry. The reason I'm considering cutting it is because it is functionally a remake, right? It's
Mhm.
built on like the back of Wizardry 1. I think we should reward new games. The reason I'm considering cutting Neva is because I don't think like this is a group project. And Brian, I don't think any of us can really follow you on that one. Right? But like I talk
Yeah.
about Mech where you guys are like, I understand why you like it, right? We talk about Pacific Drive, you guys are like, I get it, right?
Yeah.
It's doing something cool and unique. So that's the reason I'm proposing those two. We can discuss it. But that's my proposed top 10. And the reason I'm cutting Helldivers is because I think it's one of those games, and this happens every single year, that we assume is going to be on the list. And then the more we think about it, the more we realize that nobody feels incredibly strongly about it. And then it's like, huh. Now that game does have problems. And I actually would rather reward this other thing.
Yeah. That's a choice
So,
that we're
yeah.
making. And
Yeah.
I am definitely fine. So, okay. Let me put it this way. I'm fine with the games that we have on here and with removing Helldivers 2. I'm fine with that.
Lucas, do you have any qualms with removing Helldivers 2?
Zero calls with removing Helldivers.
So let's cut Helldivers 2. Let's talk about what makes Helldivers 2 great and cut it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
feel like we've already
will-
covered a lot of what makes it great. Yeah.
Let
We
me-
mostly talked about negatives and why we don't think it held up quite as much.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We haven't really
Interesting.
glazed it that much, so let's be real.
So the reason that Helldivers 2 is great is it is a game about adaptation. It is a game about I don't know what the objectives are going to be really. I have a general idea. I don't know what kind of enemies I'm going to run into. I have a general idea. I don't know when they're going to pop up. I have a general idea. I have to figure out what am I going to bring? What are my friends going to bring? What are we going to do when shit hits the fan and it gets really messed up? And it's
Because you know it's gonna.
right?
Yeah.
And then you find on the map like, oh, the safe launcher, which like, and you find a mini nuke, and that turns the tide. Or you make someone makes a really clutch grenade play and closes a nest at the last minute, right? Or one person makes it off on the escape shuttle, right? Or you all die at the last second, right? What makes Helldivers 2 cool is those moment-to-moment like choices and the moment-to-moment outcomes of them, and it rewards you for being like making great plays and understanding what to do in the right moment while also being like silly and ridiculous. And you know, you're going to walk into a minefield and then you're going to be a torso, right? Or maybe your friend drops their ammo pod on you.
Yeah.
Like Helldivers is great because of the things that happen with your friends. It can also be in some levels really miserable because sometimes things just happen and you're like, there's nothing I could have done about that, right?
Dude, those machine missions.
Rough,
Bro.
right? Rough.
Remember the creek.
Yeah. So I and you know, the fact that we're cutting it is like Helldivers 2 is amazing. Like it is a great game.
Super
I will
fun.
stand by that. I'm still going to be playing it this year. I know with some other folks. I imagine all of us will go back
Hit
to
me
it at
up.
least
I'll
a
go
little
back.
bit.
Have it.
Yeah. But I think the thing with Helldivers 2 is like it's a sequel. I know we have some sequels on here, but I think we tend to reward like uniqueness. 2, like it has had, you know, issues with balance and being less fun for a while, and everybody I know, even the people who've really loved it, have walked away for it for a while because they were really unhappy with the balance changes. Right? And it was like I really liked doing this, and then they took it away from me, and that's not fun. And
They nerfed my favorite gun into the ground.
right, and that sucks, right? Like that feels bad. And I think the other thing is like you really do need a squad to make it work, right? Otherwise it can be really painful. Or people can be jerks. And that's not the game's fault. That's people. But if we're talking about like the game, right? Like I think we have to talk about that. And I think as good as that is, I think I would rather reward something that's a little bit more maybe ambitious or artistic. Not to say it's bad and not to say that it's not any of those things. I just think it's, you know, it's the one here I look at and I'm like,
One of
maybe
these
not
things
this
is not like the others.
maybe not this one.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah.
So does anybody have anything they want to add to Helldivers 2? I think it's a great game.
I will say, of all the games on our protected list right now, only one of them had us chanting for Managed Democracy and for Super Earth, and that was Helldivers 2. But with
I
that,
agree.
I think we send it into the great Emerald Beyond.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, what?
I would, I would
Oh, that was a
rather
Freudian
have,
slip. Oh.
I would much rather have Helldivers 2 on this list than Balatro, but I'm going to enable y'all's gambling addiction.
That's true,
so-
but here's the thing about that. You were too much of a coward to even jump in. So
Nope.
I
We're
also
not-
recommended heavily that you don't. I say this to everyone. Don't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, I'm counting Helldivers 2 as my cut. So Helldivers 2.
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you proposed the motion, so that's fine. You can count that as your
Yep.
cut.
Now we have to decide if we like the top 10 that I decided on, or that I proposed.
Well, we have
And then-
we have what? 1, 2.
We have 2 more. We have 9. We have 8. Sorry, we have 8. We have 4 games that are not on this list that we need to figure out what to do with.
So we have Neva, Pacific Drive, MechWarrior 5, and Wizardry. I guess actually all of them have been attempted to be cut.
Yep.
So far.
And each of them has a champion of sorts.
Yes.
Some overlap, but
I think did we
Pacific
all agree that Pacific Drive was good to go on, because I'm fine with that.
I think it
Look,
should
I think
be there.
I think of the remaining 4 that haven't been decided, right? Each of these has a single person championing it. Pacific Drive has 2 of us.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Put
Okay. And I'm gonna.
let's move Pacific Drive up to the list.
Okay.
So 1 spot remains.
And we
So
have
we
to
can
decide what's going to be number 10. Even though it might not even be 10, but
Yeah.
generally the game that goes on last ends up being 10.
Ranking them is going to be even tougher, though.
Can we
No, ranking will be easy.
can we
Yeah.
cut did we decide we were cutting Wizardry?
That was my
I think
proposal.
That
but
and Never are the ones most in contention, I feel, but you're all going to have to make your cases for why you feel they
yeah,
should
I
or
feel like
shouldn't be in.
Lucas has the downside of being like the only guy who played many of the games on his list that are still here, which is always like the rough situation to be in.
Yeah.
But my argument remains like functionally this is a remake.
Let me skipping that for the moment. Let me posit something to you, Lucas.
Okay.
You said a lot of the historical merit is what helps it here. The fact that this is tapping into that, the earliest possible days of games and RPGs and whatever. That's cool. I respect that. I am all about the software preservation and historical preservation and such like that. Love that. Does that still make it good enough to be here as a best of 2024? Does that elevate it enough on top of all its other qualities?
And I will say
Or is that
specifically enough to take it from the honorable mention list to the top 10.
Um, I think the
Somebody highlight these?
I didn't highlight them. I have them. Oh no, that wasn't me. I did make them smaller so everything would fit on one line.
I think somebody was just selecting it, so
Yeah, I just had them selected.
I'm just trying to keep it so people can read it in the chat. They can still read it in the chat though.
I think that one of the reasons I went back and put it on my list was when I went and re-examined like the craft of it. So like, yes, I think the historical aspect is a big part of it, and it's something that's very important to me personally, and something that I think is often kind of brushed aside unfairly. And like I do understand, it's like, oh, this is the game of the year, you want to reward new things, and it is a remake. I think you're also kind of, that is a limitation. That's a door you're choosing to close and losing something.
in fairness, I will defend its status as a remake, because if you're going to remake anything, you're going to remake something that literally predates all of us here.
Yeah,
Because it
Yeah.
does.
Yeah.
it is a remake of the equivalent of like Sanskrit.
Yeah.
um,
What if we brought back Cuneiform, guys?
I think
I think we
think
should do
this
this
came,
entire podcast in hieroglyphics.
Hell yeah.
but for real though, I
Wingdings.
genuinely think that I think wizardry is older than the fucking video game market crash of '83.
yeah, that's
I've
true. I believe it's
so
81. So what is
yeah,
it?
there you go.
It is 81.
It's in
Yeah.
my mind because I've been studying Ultima recently. So yeah,
But I think that like it goes above and beyond in so many ways compared to most other like what we see as remakes in games. It's usually like may as well be the same thing. Um, especially like the gap in time and fidelity seems to shrink when we choose things to get remade, and they're remade more to like, you know, refresh an IP or something.
to put a $70 box price in front of someone instead of a $60 one.
Yeah, because we don't want to sell, you know, we don't want to sell Resident Evil 4 for $10 anymore. We want to sell it for 60. So I think this is an above and beyond thing. I think it really feels like a passion project that would not have existed if it wasn't for like the people that made it. Um, and I think that like there is a degree of uh, 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 and I don't want to keep being like, I want a Grammy, so that's just that feels like an exclamation point in a way to me. And again, it was like the reason I went and revisited the game in my mind, anyways. But that whole aspect of it was just straight up original work, even though it was like something that kind of it was a need that came from circumstance. It was still like there was a like a level of creative freedom uh, that is rare. Um, so just through that, I think it's more than like I was totally willing to be like, yeah, okay, with Fate Stay Night. I like you got me there, but I think this kind of challenges the boundary a lot more in my mind.
Fair enough.
I think that's a good
That's what I'll
argument.
say.
I think we should cut Neva. I think we should remove it from consideration.
But it's hard because
Fine.
I haven't played it,
Yeah.
but
I feel
I
that.
mean,
I
this
haven't
is-
played
yeah.
it either.
This is another one where it's like, yeah, Lucas was the only one who played Wizardry. I'm the only one who played Neva. So,
Yeah, we're also going strength of argument, right?
yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We can
end of
cut
the
it.
day, a top 13 would have been far more accurate. With who gives a fuck? It is what it is.
Yeah, we
We chose this top 10 number arbitrarily, and we're going to stick to it arbitrarily.
yeah. Because if you were not willing to cut Neva, I was going to be like, let's talk about Balatro. And why the game that is nothing more than being fun deserves to be on the list.
Because
That's an argument to have for sure, and it's why it's not at the very top of my list.
yeah.
Okay, so
And it could have not been at the top of my list too.
I really want to hear why Infinite Wealth deserves to be here specifically. Why Infinite Wealth specifically? I'm not saying we should cut it. I just want to know why Infinite Wealth. Like, what makes Infinite Wealth special?
Oh boy.
We haven't talked about it yet. I want to know.
I know. I maintain that Infinite Wealth, more than pretty much any other Like a Dragon game, is a rarity because it is a self-reflection of a series and a character that has spanned 20 years that incorporates all of that. There is nothing else in video games, I don't think, where the passage of time, both the real world time, has actually had an impact on the story and narrative being told, and which a game that actually cares about its narrative and character has had the opportunity to therefore sit and reflect on what all that does and means to something. This is a game that exists because there are 20 years of Like a Dragon games, and it is looking back over Kiryu's role in particular over all of them and going, so what has he learned? What has he gained? What has he accomplished? What does he value? What does he not? What meant something? What didn't? How is he going forward in what could very well be his last days? It builds on everything that has happened in the series up to that point and delivers on such a poignant level. Like the Kiryu sections of the game, far and away elevated. If they didn't have those, it would still be a fantastic game, though. That's the thing. The Ichiban stuff is still great. The main plot is still great. All the side content and all the goofy stuff is great. It is taken the RPG systems the turn-based RPG systems that it introduced in 7, listened to all the complaints and pretty much addressed all of them. So it's so much more meaningful in terms of character development, class systems, everything. It is mechanically an improvement in that game in pretty much every way. It is at the point where the biggest complaint I have of it is that it is too much. It is too long, and none of it still is bad as a result. It just means it can't juggle everything and hold its focus and pacing perfectly. But when it has its attention on any part of it, it doesn't miss with any part of it. It is spinning so many plates, and they don't fall. There is nothing else quite like it. And I value, again, the fact that it is able to look at its story over that length of time and its character and do that and analyze it in a thing that no other series is going to ever get the opportunity to do that. Right? Most games that have a narrative and are consistent about its writing and such, they don't keep the same developers, they don't keep the same writers, they don't keep the same perspectives and characters. These characters move on or go elsewhere. Things like the Trails series is probably a close analog, but even it goes all over its world and with different characters over different time periods. You don't get to get the same level of introspection and self-reflection with, say, Estelle Bright as you are with Kiryu Kazuma. And I think there is value in that.
The games
And-
are set in quote unquote real time, right?
Yes, they are contemporary at the time of release. They're pretty much
Yeah.
always December of whatever year it came out in. So
Yeah.
Infinite Wealth is set in December 2023, and the technology reflects that. The changes in laws and perspective reflect that. There's one of the reasons that the series has actually officially become Like a Dragon again and ditched the Yakuza moniker, despite the fact it was never supposed to have that. But the Yakuza themselves are increasingly irrelevant in society in Japan.
Yeah.
More laws have cut into that. And the games reflect that. They show the changing of the times. The Judgment sub-series kind of went in that its own direction and shows a lot of that and what happens in the wake of that organized crime being, disbanded and dismantled, and what happens to general gangs and thugs as a result. Like, that's a major thing in Lost Judgment, and so that's another selling point of the series as well. So yeah.
It's like a soap opera almost.
Oh, it straight up has the kind of, the melodrama soap opera touch in its presentation, and it's great. But yeah, no, Infinite Wealth is special. It's really special, and it was firmly in my number 1 spot for the entire year until I played 1000 Exorcist. And only then.
I'm looking at the list here.
I think the real time story aspect is really really a big deal for that, because they're really, just because the way games are made and stuff, if it wasn't for the fact that those games are made at the pace they are with the very specific story they're trying to tell, I don't think you could do something like that.
You couldn't. There's nothing else quite like it. RGG are onto something unimaginably unique in that regard. And Infinite Wealth is like the caps. To play, if I were to sit down and play any Like a Dragon game again, just you ask me, at gunpoint, what would you play on the spot? It'd be 0. 100% be 0, right? But I think Infinite Wealth is more important. But at the same time, it can only exist because 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now 8 exist, and it's willing to take all those in its stride and account for it, and then go, what does all of this do to a man?
Yeah.
And that's what elevates it beyond great game in the series to possibly most powerful game in the series. It also has the single best boss fight in the entire series. Just straight up.
I think
Like, oh, I love that game. I love that game, and you cannot take it from me.
no, I'm
I know
again,
you're not trying to, but this is. I've been keeping my powder dry this whole time. So here we go. This is it. You want to hear about Infinite Wealth?
That's why we're cutting it from the list.
no, I think
I'll
actually
cut
what we
you from the list.
I think what we should actually cut is UFO 50
Why is that? I'm curious.
because it's very low on both yours and Chris's lists. It's beneath your top 5. Nobody's talked about it yet. And from what I know of it, it is a very clever, very well made look at like an alternate history series of retro games that did not previously exist. However, I don't know. Again, if we've talked about like what are we rewarding? Like that's clever. That's interesting. I would rather have War Crimes Mech game, personally. You know, like that's me. And I hey, you guys want to defend it, you can.
No, I get it, and I'm gonna defend it. But you say that, and I sit here and I feel in my heart, fuck, he's right. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And there is so much to defend about this game and to love about this game. And I haven't spoken about it pretty much at all on the podcast because I've been chipping away at it in the side. And that in itself is part of it. Because there's no one game in UFO 50. There's 50 of them. Some of them are, more involved than others. Some of them have more systems. Some of them will last longer. Some of them could be entire games of their own. Some are entire games of their own in this. There's so many, and they reflect over there is in fact the meta narrative of this fictional developer learning as it went and trying experiments and what worked and what didn't. There's games in it which are clearly experiments both on the part of the real world developers and of the fictional ones. There are ones where this cool idea was really good, let's make more levels and call it a sequel and expand on that. Within the framework of that, it is a really interesting kind of meta-narrative look at something that never actually existed. But yeah, the fantastic thing about it is it's like it really does capture the days of when you would get like the old like bundled collections of games, or like the cheap knockoff ones which have all these different like 200 Atari games or whatever on various such. It channels that perfectly, and it just goes, you pick one at random, and that is exactly what I did. I got on a stream with my friend and I rolled dice. I rolled a D100 and halved it and said that's the game we're going to go. And we tried them out. And sometimes they didn't land. Sometimes we're just like, holy shit, we need to play this to completion. And other times there are ones which I know other people really like and didn't quite click with me, and vice versa. There are so many different experiences in here, and it's such a wealth of interesting ideas and cool examples of what could have been and what should have been, and what I genuinely hope is adapted forward in the future in some cases. And there's 50 of the fuckers just dropped on you at once. It's nuts. The level of creativity and uniqueness of this project is remarkable despite it being that. And so, like, it is great. It is absolutely great, and I would fight for it. I wouldn't fight for it as hard as some of these others, though. That is true.
Yeah, and I was gonna put a follow-up question, which is, since I know this is also on Lucas's list, Lucas, would you rather have UFO 50 or Wizardry?
Wizardry's higher on his list.
How dare you ask me that?
Hey, that was put to me before this, so
I'll give it a little lip service too. So everything that Chris said is correct. But I think definitely it is the sort of meta narrative of it that stands out to me. But I don't think it's just like, oh, it's a cool meta narrative about a fictional game developer. I think it's like there's something to be said about it being like a video game about like making video games.
Mhm.
Um, it's one thing that really stood out to me going through it is like one, you're like the whole framing is like you've got this box of games and they're all covered in dust and you have to blow the dust off of each one before you can even play it.
There's a
And
little
then
animation for it every time you pick one for the first time. It's like undusted.
it's great. Each one also has a little bit of lore for it, and it's usually only like a sentence, maybe two, and it's some little thing about it. It's like, oh, this was designed by this guy who was interested in such and such, or this is a sequel based on this other successful thing, and they kind of draw this line of like, oh, here's why these games were successful and became a series, or this ended up being the flagship. And there would be ones that was like, uh, they came up with this game based on a character that was on a poster in the company bathroom and goofy shit like that.
Yeah.
So it really just paints this big picture about, um, I think, kind of like stuff you would hear about reading in game magazines and stuff about like people who worked in games at the time. And I think it captures that in a really fascinating way. Um, and then the games themselves, there's definitely some really weird stuff. Like there's one that it's like wizardry meets Punch Out. I can never fully wrap my head around.
There you go. Problem solved.
Just
Wizardry is in
crazy,
UFO
yeah,
50.
yeah,
No,
It's done.
it's
yeah.
not. It's not. Good try.
But I think like, and one of the things I struggled with when I was reviewing it was like, I'm not as into these games as I would like to be. There are a few that stand out as very fun to play, and I can see myself coming back to, and others are like, man, I just don't really like this at all. Um,
Yeah, and that's I think part of that is intended by it, given that there are, again, the whole
yeah,
idea is there's 50, and you're
mm,
not meant
mm,
to like go through them chronologically or anything like that necessarily. You can, but that's stupid. You really are just picking and choosing and finding something, and it's like any one you pick could be your next favorite cool idea.
yeah,
It's really interesting like that. But on their own, some don't necessarily hold weight, and they know that themselves.
yeah,
Some are just short, experimental, fun little things. Like one of the first ones I really liked is just like we finished it in like 15 minutes, but it's Waldorf's Journey, where it's just have this walrus jumping through these levels and getting carried by wind and physics and such in weird
yeah,
ways.
yeah.
It's dumb, it's great, it's hilarious. But
And
then
also,
there's other ones like full strategy games or puzzle games which have such interesting hooks and explore their mechanics in such a good way. There's like
mm,
this is basically a whole game of its own, and I would love to see more of it. Things like Warp Tank and Mortal stand out in particular. So
yeah.
yeah,
And some of them, it's like, oh, you can see where they made a whole series out of it, and you can kind of see where it's like the first one is like kind of neat, but like I don't want to say they like made it worse on purpose or held back or whatever, but you can kind of see where they basically uh, uh, engineered like,
iterated.
yeah, like a fake evolutionary path, which is crazy to think about. Um, but yeah, I think the project, it really stands out. Um, I think the sort of storytelling of it is really interesting and impressive. Um, but I don't know if it hadn't been for the fact that it was protected, I don't know if I would have fought for it over the course of this. Um,
I agree,
yeah,
unfortunately. I think the project itself is arguably as unique, if not more so, than anything else we've explored today. I think there is great merit in what they tried and what they did and what they pulled off in it being so experimental and weird and being like, well, that's 50 of them. Give it a go. It's, but as an overall value proposition, it's really cool. As a project, it's really cool. As a collection of individual games or just one overall individual game, maybe not. That's what I'm struggling with here.
Mhm.
Sounds like a great honorable mention to me.
Yeah, I was
I
honestly,
think you might be right.
honestly, I
well,
was thinking that about either, and this is not a dig at the game that I had to step away during the explanation of. I was thinking that that would make a really good number 11 for either UFO or Wizardry. For the reasons that one is kind of like a game collection that's a commentary on making games, and that the other is a remaster. I'm totally fine like leaving that decision to Lucas since he's stands both of these games, but that's my thought. I'm putting it out there. We can do what we want with that.
I am more interested in Lucas's description of what makes Wizardry cool than I am in what you guys
We've
talked
heard the
about.
UFO 50, so what makes it more or less worthwhile than Wizardry in this point for the sake of clinching the last spot on this list, probably?
yeah, I think I'm more inclined to go for Wizardry over this if it's down to
Fair
me.
enough.
Yeah. So
What you've heard about these, how do you feel about those versus MechWarrior?
I think MechWarrior is really cool because it basically throws stuff in your face. While being like a legitimately excellent game, but at points you don't want to play because it's like, I don't want to do this mission. The act of doing the mission is fun, but I hate myself. I don't want to pull this trigger. I don't want to be walking through these people's houses. It also does like the last choice thing better than almost any game I've ever seen because of the way it frames it. You guys okay with like mild spoilers? So basically, at the end, one of your friends decides that they don't want to do this anymore, and they're like, "Listen, I'm leaving." And you were given a choice basically on the field, like, "Hey, like I came back for you because we've talked about this. We can't do this anymore." And you have the choice of either like getting on that ship or going back into the fight, essentially. And it's framed as like quite literally like it's framed a little bit less elegantly in the game where it's kind of like these two portals that you can walk through, but the setup narratively is like either get on the ship or don't. Right? Like go back or try this new thing that your characters have been talking about. And it's left to you in that moment. And like, do I believe that I can fix what's wrong with the system that I'm in? Or do I believe that it is unsalvageable and I have to try something else? And I think it's a really great way to frame that choice. And the consequences of that choice, like if you choose, depending on what you choose, like are pretty uncomfortable. So I think if MechWarrior was not like a really interesting story that was not afraid to like do surprising things and kill characters that you cared about and be like, hey, remember this dude who nuked a planet and you thought he'd never be in command again and the system told you he'd never be in command again? Well, here he is. And he's going to do worse because the systems are broken. Right? And like you're going to deal with living through the broken system of like having to do these things that you know are wrong, but you are a soldier and it is your job. If it did not do the story in that way, I do not think it would be here. Because it would just be a really good mech game. But the fact that it does both of those things to me and lets you experience it, like you can play, 4-player co-op and like everybody plays a member of their squad and you get attached to that member of your squad because they have different abilities and they play differently and they're good at different mechs, right? So like you form a bond with these characters because of the way like I like to play this and therefore I like this character. Like that makes, that matters. It's not just I think this character's cool, I'm going to play them. Like it actually has a gameplay thing. So to put all those things together, I think is really interesting and like it's MechWarrior. They don't have to do this.
They don't. I don't think anybody would have expected it, and yet this is sounding more compelling to me than damn near anything else here.
Yeah,
and
so I think it deserves to be here, and I don't want to like. I'm not trying to take shots at UFO 50. I just like it sounds really awesome, and I want to play it.
Yeah, I want to play. I want to play both of those. I want to play MechWarrior and UFO 50.
Yeah. I want to play all 40 of the games we've talked about. Let's be real.
We've had some bangers, but if you had to ask me, and again, I'm biased because MechWarrior is my game. but I think it deserves to be there for like taking a storytelling risk and doing it in a really smart way in an IP that does not have to do that.
Yeah. It sounds like it to me. I'm just wondering, what do we cut? You know?
Yeah.
I am leaning more and more towards it being UFO 50, unfortunately.
Are you cool with that, Lucas?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's make
Cool.
the swap.
Ultimately, it's just a case of what I value most is stories and how games are able to utilize them in ways that other formats don't or can't. Combine that with good gameplay, because the gameplay is itself part of that, as we've discussed in the past. UFO 50 has some great gameplay and some super fun, solid experiments, and it's a novel, interesting look at that kind of period of game development and how it's made and how it's done and what you can do with it. It's great, but it's just not quite there on any of those other levels, I think.
Yeah.
And so it has to be the honorable mention.
Yeah.
Which
With
means I
that,
think we have our 10.
we have
have our
our
10.
10. So now it's time to order them.
Oh boy.
So I think we should very quickly, I mean quickly, because we've been here for 4 hours, which is actually much faster than this podcast usually runs. So good job, gang. Uh,
We've talked about Diablo 4 longer than this. What are we doing here?
yeah. So I think there's a couple games we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah.
And I think we should talk about them before we order the list.
Okay.
So
I agree.
we have not talked about Bellatra. We have not talked about Scald against the Black Priory. We have not talked about Tekken. We have not talked about Saga, Emerald, Brion. We have talked about everything else. And we haven't talked about Mouthwashing and 1,000 Times Resist, but I think honestly that is 1 and 2, and we can argue over the order, and we can talk about those when we do the final order of the list. But
Yeah.
those other ones I think we should really get out of the way. And I will go first. I'll talk about Tekken and
Okay.
why I think Tekken deserves to be here. So I think Tekken deserves to be here because it
Well, you don't have
does-
to defend it being here. It's here.
Okay, but the reason Tekken is here, right?
Yeah.
The reason, because like sometimes games do make it here without us talking about them.
It's true.
We kind of go on faith. The reason Tekken is here is because it is everything a fighting game should be. It is incredibly well designed in terms of its systems. It has an enormous roster. It is gorgeous. It is responsive. The developers have been supporting it very, very well and patching it very, very well and balancing it very, very well. But beyond that, Tekken really wants you to play it and it wants you to be part of a community. One of the first things that Tekken does that makes it really cool is it has this really interesting story mode that you can play through that's a few hours long, right? Like it's big cutscenes, all this stuff, and you mostly play Jin. But there's a story mode there, right? And they've added to it since it came out to give you more story. That is there to kind of bring you in and like get you to play as Jin and kind of understand the way Tekken works. On top of the regular story mode that is about these like the Mishimas and the rest of these characters, there's also something called Arcade Quest, which is one of my favorite things in any fighting game in recent memory.
Which
where
was
you
good.
create a-
And I'm gonna jump in here because this is my first Tekken game. And so Arcade Quest is the thing that, you know, Will and the other people who were playing it early alongside me were like, jump into this, do this. And it's really good. It's really good.
So Arcade Quest is basically you create a little avatar and it puts you in this story where you are going from arcade to arcade and you're competing in Tekken tournaments. And while you're doing this, the other characters are teaching you how to play. They're like, hey, you know, you've got this character. Why don't you try doing this launcher? Why don't you, let me show you how to do this. These are some really good moves from your character. Let's talk about this. And as you go to the arcades, each arcade is kind of like a Pokemon gym where they specialize in certain things, right? Like this arcade is about dressing your characters up. This arcade is about like, they're gonna like wake up in weird ways. This arcade is all about guys who want to do launchers, right? Like this is the beginner arcade. And so like it kind of walks you through to give you like a very solid fundamental background of what it means to play Tekken, while like trying to like recreate this kind of arcade culture where if you grew up with arcades like I did, this is a big deal, right? Going and like being part of this community. Now it's not, it's not real, it's all fictional characters, but like they do a great job of capturing that. And when you go online, if you go into the lobbies in Tekken, now you can play from a lobby, but they have these things called the lounge. If you go into the lounge, it has it's basically like a big arcade. There's a training room that you can go play in, and then there's like the arcade itself, which is this huge, massive thing that you can walk through, and you can sit down in a cabinet and play with people, and you can sit on a rotating cabinet, or you can play ranked matches. You can do whatever you want. And while you're walking around and you're training, you can also buy stuff for your characters, or buy stuff for your avatar, or you can go play Tekken Ball, and that's all there for you. And on top of all that, it has some of the best teaching tools you'll ever see in a fighting game, where it's like, hey, look at your replays. Hey, did you get hit by this launcher? Did you know you can duck this? Let us show you where. And then you can stop it, take control of the replay, mid-replay, and play the situation out and practice it. And it will teach you, like, hey,
Wildly good.
yeah, like, this is how you break this throw. I noticed you're getting hit a lot by this. You can sidestep, right? Or you can duck this. Or, hey, you're not
The
punishing
game
this.
gives you tips
Yeah,
in the replays.
yes.
Wow. All
And
right.
it's like, oh, hey, by the way, like, this is super minus. You can punish this. And then it has punishment training where it's like, hey, here's every character in the game. Here's all their moves that are like they're going to use a lot. We're going to show you like what the move is, how you deal with it, and then how you punish it in like a good way. All of that on top of like just having Tekken Ball, which is super fun, right? And character customization and lobbies that are really good, and rollback, which is fantastic. You can play people in Germany with this game.
That's true. I have done
From the
that.
US.
And talking about the customization, like the first time I jumped in, I was able to be like, you know what? I play Jin. I want him to look like Gohan. Done. Easy. There are some
Yeah.
wild character outfits. And like for other fighting games that I love out there, like Guilty Gear Strive or Street Fighter 6, like even in Street Fighter 6 where they have other costumes, like it's not super robust with what you can do. It's just buy the costume or not. And in Tekken, it's just like do what you want,
Mhm.
which is sick. So yeah, I
Yeah, but-
definitely second the Tekken 8 being like the full package.
Yeah,
type of
it
thing.
is everything you would want from a fighting game. Like whatever you want to play, it is there for you. Oh, and I forgot one of the most important parts. There's a thing called Ghost Battle in Tekken, which is
Yeah, I
amazing.
was gonna bring that up. Yeah,
So Ghost Battle is it learns from you as you play in real time, and it creates a ghost, and you can go play anybody's ghost, including yours, and it will mimic the way that you play, and it's scarily good at it. So if you have a friend and he's been kicking your ass online, you can go fight his ghost and learn all his patterns. And you can do that with like I could go fight Knee's ghost if I could find him.
Why not?
Like we use the full package a lot as like a reference in fighting games, but like this is really everything that you could want. You could play this game for the next 10 years because there's so much stuff in it to just keep doing it. And that's, like even if you just wanted to get really good at ghosts before like streamlining the how do I start learning to play this to the I want to play this online, that's where people fall off. And Tekken 8 has done everything in its power to be like, listen, we're going to bring you along, and even when you go online for the first few times and you don't know what to do, here's the replays, here's punishment training, here's ghosts, here's how you can improve. We have put this in the game for you. I think that's amazing.
literally the only complaint I have about Tekken 8 is that it doesn't have Akuma in it. That's the only complaint I have with this game.
He's the only
Kumo
person
is-
playing this game who thinks that. But anyway, that's Tekken,
Yeah.
that's why it's here.
Kumo's pretty sick in 7.
My biggest problem with Tekken 8 is that it's not a Soul Calibur game, but that's it.
When I told the composer for my band that I was jumping into Tekken 8 and it was my first Tekken experience, he was like, "Oh, thank God they're not bringing Akuma back." And I was like, "You son of a bitch! Son of a bitch!" As an Akuma main in Street Fighter, how dare you? How dare you? But
All
anyways,
right, so
yeah.
I think we've talked about Balatro enough that I think people understand it.
We haven't.
Well,
I mean,
so
we've
it's
talked
been-
about it enough on the show. We haven't talked about it a lot tonight, other than with Will taking a shit on it and saying that it shouldn't be in the top 10.
I wouldn't put it in there personally,
Yeah.
but we need to talk about Balatro at the Black Priory and Saga. And Mouthwash and 1,000 Times Resist we'll get to when we do the order.
We will get to those. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's talk about those other three. I'm going to go get another drink. Please go ahead. I'm still listening. So
What do we want to hit up first then?
I tell you what, I am definitely gonna be talking about some of those. I want to hear about Saga Emerald Beyond,
Okie
and I
dokie.
think we should probably like kind of work our way up the list,
Fair.
if that works. I got to step away for just 1 second, but I will be right back.
Okay.
Take it away.
All right. So I'm talking about Saga.
For what it's worth, I have played the demo. I still haven't got around to the main game, and I am familiar with the series and what it tries to do. So you're not completely alone on this. You're not trying to explain everything from the ground up. So
Uh,
take it away.
so wizardry is very traditional, very out of context. By the numbers, you look at that, you understand what it is. It's very conventional by current standards. Saga is a series led by a guy who's worked at Square Enix for 3 decades. Um, and he could not give less of a shit about convention.
Completely.
Yeah. So this is a series that's been around almost as long as Final Fantasy has. And it could not have less uh, concern for like anything that like this style of RPG is like known for. Um, Saga Emerald Beyond is like the most distilled version of that lack of interest in like RPGs as like I don't know as like
That's an
story
established
driven
genre.
spectacle. Like I'm trying not to say JRPG. I'm trying to like do not do that as like a personal choice, but
I'm with you there. I get it.
yeah. What they've kind of been experimenting with is doing a turn-based RPG like old school style, but taking out all of the sort of extra pieces. There's not an there's not really like towns to explore with NPCs to talk to. There's not big cutscenes. Um, there's not really like item shops. All of the fluff is taken out, and it almost looks kind of like a pop-up book. And in taking all that stuff out, they start to lean really heavily on tabletop, which is something that kind of where the genre started was like trying to figure out how can we do like a digital tabletop game. So it's almost kind of going back in the other direction, um, to like tackle those old questions in different ways. So basically what you've got is you've got your character, you've got a board, and you've got points of interest, and you direct it to that, and then you have events that you run into. Um, and this whole game is about variables and different kinds of outcomes. And it doesn't care necessarily about having really consistent logic. It doesn't care about consistency in like genre, uh, in like the personalities of the characters. It's just like this weird soup of like vibes and ideas and like invisible dice rolls. And it's just super fascinating and very silly. And it's all
It's a
kind of wrapped up.
weird
Yeah,
game.
it's so weird. And it's all wrapped up with these systems that have almost kind of become a convention of their own over time as the series has developed. Like for all the sort of things it doesn't care about in terms of like story structure and stuff, it has sort of taken ideas from like combat and progression and sort of iterated on itself and dropped some ideas, kept others, brought them back, and really just uh, refined a lot of the stuff that used to be known for being uh, deliberately obtuse. And now it's not really obtuse at all. It explains everything in great detail. But there's just a lot. So, like, your characters will learn skills randomly in the middle of a battle, and they might learn variants of those skills depending on like a situation that happens, or one type of character will learn skills based on a different participant in the battle, or um, stats will go up randomly, or skills change based on equipment if you're a robot and not a person, or gosh, all kinds of stuff. There's like interrupts based on different properties. Combat takes place on this timeline, and everything you do manipulates the timeline. Uh, Attacks will have their little bars on them where you actually putting the timeline together, but you can like interrupt it, or you can put your guys together to do combos, or you can kind of like impose one guy on top of another and then do something else that'll like make things move around and just like do all kinds of crazy stuff. um
It's involved.
Very
Even
involved.
just in the demo, I could see just like, wow, this is a dense fucking combat system.
Very dense. um Very these games have always been about like rewarding the time you put in, which I think ties it back to those like tabletop interests where it's like, you if you play D&D, you kind of get out of it what you put into it, in terms of the rewards you get, what you can do with your character, so on and so forth. So like character building is a big deal. um and tying it back to the story stuff, and the idea of variables and things like that. You choose from a list of protagonists, and the entire scenario is different. It's not just like, oh, your character starts at this point if you choose this character, and if you choose the other one, it's like a different area or something at the same time. It's like, no, the whole scenario is different. And then what happens after that is you kind of go on this like, I don't know, multi-dimensional road trip where you'll end up in uh, other scenarios, but the way those scenarios will play out will be different based on choices you make, or what character you're playing as, or how many times you've already played through this scenario in the past. Uh, all kinds of other things that you can't see. The idea is that like they're so obsessed with making this like a tabletop kind of thing. They're like, no two playthroughs of this game are allowed to be the same. So we're just going to put all this background logic in here, so where like even if you're playing through like the same piece of the story for the fifth or sixth time, something's going to be different. Um, and it's all that packed together, and then it's just weird as hell. It is just so weird. There's like a part where you're like exploring basically this like underworld vampire castle system, and there's like a bat demon sleeping, and they're like, how do we wake him up? And there's been this like timid little maid lady who's kind of got goth makeup on, who's been following you the whole time. She's like, I have an idea. And then she just starts screeching this death metal ballad out, and it's about like murdering bureaucrats, just out of nowhere. And the guy's just like, "Oh Jesus, what's happening?" And it's like fully vocalized with lyrics and everything. It's just like stuff like that. Another scenario is like you're this like legendary diva whose consciousness gets put in a cute little robot, and you have to deal with that. And then there's another one where you're just like a guy with a sword, but he has a southern accent for some reason, uh, and he's just kind of like bumbling through everything kind of on accident, and it's just so silly just for the sake of being silly. So yeah, I think that was a lot. um, Saga is always known as being like odd or obtuse, uh, usually in like how its systems or structure are just like difficult to uh, understand at a glance. But they're a lot more like traditional otherwise. This game is just like everything is out of the window. It's like the most saga a saga has ever been, um, to the point that it barely resembles other games in the series, which is wild
It
for
barely even resembles Romancing Saga 2 remake, which is
yeah,
like that's
barely.
almost like, what if we make this the most approachable Saga has ever been,
Mm,
following right off the back of what if we make it the most unapproachable it's ever been?
exactly. But I really respect it for that.
It's wild.
Um,
I owe it a full proper playthrough, but yeah,
yeah,
I respect what Saga does because yeah, as you say, they just don't give a fuck. They do their own thing.
exactly. And it's one of those things where like games are so wrapped up in like iterating and just cranking out, you know, IP and do the thing again with more money, and then Saga has somehow trucked along for 30 years and just doesn't care. Uh, and this is like the
There is
most,
value to it, and I respect it.
yeah. This is just like the I don't know, quintessential Saga game that did
Cool.
not get nearly enough attention because a like Chris said, a more easy to approach and streamlined remake came out, and that's the one that gets the red carpet, so to speak. It's a bummer. It's good, but
Yeah.
All right. You sold me.
All right, so we've
Yeah.
talked about everything else up to Scald. So I think it's my turn.
Yeah.
It's your turn. I've played a bit of this, a few hours
Give
of it
us
now.
a scalding hot take.
Oh,
Oh,
scalding hot take. This is the best Lovecraftian Eldritch horror game I've ever played.
Oh my god.
Mm.
Uh, it is the only game I've played in this genre that is actually written like Lovecraft is written. It captures that creeping dread so well. The text is incredibly evocative. This game also just messes with you.
When you say that it's written like Lovecraft, all I heard was, "This is incredibly racist."
It's just the most racist thing.
How
I
racist
knew it was
is it?
coming.
Here's the thing about that, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Will,
Oh no.
because there's a lot of people out there who are like, man, you know what? Hogwarts Legacy is great, but what about if you don't want to live in that world because of connections that the author has to certain views that you find abhorrent?
The horrors.
Yeah. Scald is, hey, what if you wanted to have a cat in this game that didn't have a completely outrageous name?
It's a monetizable name.
Like Lovecraft put into the otherwise exceptional Rats in the Walls story. Yeah, Scald is, what if you want Lovecraft and you don't want to have to deal with problematic
Lovecraft the person,
HP
yeah.
Lovecraft the person. Yeah. It's great. It is written so well. There are so many different little things that happen, each building towards this greater whole. It's also just like old school, like Ultima style, like grid-based RPG mechanics. Like very beautiful pixel art. Like Chris and I talked about this before. Very Loop Hero, very like it is intricate, like pixel work done. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It's fantastic. Like there are, we've talked about Balatro and Chris warding Will off from it and Will deciding this is a line I cannot cross. This is Will's version of Batman's do not kill rule. I will not play
For my own
Balatro.
health. Yeah, for my own health.
Yeah. And before the end of the night, you're gonna break your one rule. I'm considering
No.
it. But there are two games that I've played this year that I would actually if I was gonna recommend like 2 or 3 games, Scald is on that list. along with two other games that we're going to talk about, as like this is the best, one of the absolute best things I played this year. I'm really interested to see, because this was a later release. I think I got this in like October or something, and it's like I think I played it for like 35 hours or something. But when I finished it, I immediately started a new game because I was like, I have to see the other stuff. I have to see everything.
Try out different classes and builds and everything in the process.
Yeah. It's an accomplishment. I believe this was made by one person also, which is just crazy.
That's especially crazy, yeah.
Because the music is fantastic, the art is fantastic, the writing is fantastic. It did things. It's very unusual to see someone tackle Eldritch Horror and do something I haven't seen before. Because I've read, I think, almost every one of Lovecraft's stories. And I know that you could argue that the genre began earlier than that, depending on like whether you're talking about the actual first game that did this versus the ones that popularized it. Like if you're talking about adventure versus The Legend of Zelda. But regardless, this genre has only become more relevant as time has gone on. And I have to hold this up as like, this is how you do it. And I reached out to the dev afterwards and was like, all I want is more. Like, tell me we're getting more. And they said, there's gonna be, this isn't all. So there's gonna be more coming. And I cannot wait.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other game I've started this year or last year that I want to return to and that I regret not getting done. That's why it was first and foremost of my honorable mentions. It probably would have been in my top 10 had I finished it. But even just the few hours I played of it is enough to show the systems are interesting, the combat's challenging and interesting in its way, and the writing and the look and the atmosphere and the vibes, super evocative. Really cool. So, yeah. You told me that this was good. I picked it up. I immediately went, yeah, no, I get it. I 100% get it.
It is on the list, and I am now sad that I also did not play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at the trailer, being like,
It's so fucking sick, dude. It's so sick. You're gonna love. Like, I mean, and I said you were gonna love it. Like, a Thousand X Resist. Like the three games that I would recommend over everything else this year is a Thousand X Resist, Mouthwashing, and Scald. Like, and there's a reason for that. Those are all exceptional experiences, and so I think you really owe it to yourself to check this game out. It's so good.
all right, let's talk about the gambling game.
The gambling game where you don't gamble, but everybody thinks you do, so they keep rating it as 18 plus.
Game.
Can we do the gambling game quickly? Because we still got to order this bad boy.
Yeah, we can. We can. I feel
If
like
you would
these
like to know more
explanations are
about
going
the
to lean
gambling-
into that.
If you would like to know more about Balatro, you can listen to the following episodes of the Platformers to get an experience. 310, 311, 312, 300, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we managed to go a week without mentioning it somehow in some way. It came up a lot.
Yeah.
Ryan fell in love with it even more than I did. I played a lot of it. I still play a lot of it.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
I'll give you the kind of like truncated version. Because I think I am the champion of this game. And I
You
think I
are.
have been like
I can't
since
even-
it came out. Yeah. I've played well over 1,000 hours of this game. I have like I'm approaching 600 hours just on the Steam version. I reviewed it on Switch and mobile and PC. So I grew up playing poker with my relatives at my grandparents' house. We would all stay up until like 1 o'clock in the morning, playing poker together. I have a deep, deep love for that game. And seeing somebody take that formula, that game that I love so much, and turn it completely on its head and just break it over and over and over and over again, to the point where like a lot of runs now, I'm getting into scientific notation for my scores by the time I'm at ante like 5 or 6. Like, where it's just like it's so over. Like, I have broken this game over my knee like so many times. I have every achievement in this game. Like, this game is sick. If we're talking about pure gameplay, if we're talking about just the experience of playing the game and how much fun you can have playing one game this year, this is number one for me with a bullet. Nothing touches it. It's great. I will be playing this years from now, probably. I think it's immaculate. And that's pretty much it.
I can pretty much echo a lot of that, maybe not to the extent, but I do think it is a case of the core fundamental rules of poker are fairly well known by a lot of people. And this just goes, here is the core fundamentals. Here is the deck. Here's the cards. Here are the scoring things or whatever. Here is the core. Now, what can we do with that core? How can we break it? How can we change that? How can we manipulate it? And then it does it in every single permutation you think imaginable. It finds ways to do so. It's got all these different ways to play it and adjust it, and your deck does not resemble a playing deck by the end of it.
Yeah.
Unless you let it, unless you set up that way.
Yeah.
And there's so much variety in the modifiers, and both in terms of, you know, what you unlock, the different like consumable cards you can have that change effects on the fly, the ones that ultimately change your score. Some can ramp up over time, some can, yeah, it's wild. There's a ton of variety, all with these simple core, relatively understandable rule set that most people will know off the gate. And I really respect just what it's able to do with it, and just how it takes it and goes, this is fundamentally a numbers game, so how do we manipulate those numbers? And I fucking love numbers, so I'm all about that.
Yeah. And as I said, it is so. I love being right. It's one of my favorite things. When this game came out, I was like, I cannot wait until the modding community gets a hold of this. I have played several Balatro mods, and they are unhinged in the best way. So this is a game that's going to be alive for a long time. This was definitely in a like unsung game very early on, and then it just kind of like got some crazy momentum
going.
Yeah, and now I'm very pleased with how appreciated it is. But yeah, that's what I have to say about Balatro.
Cool.
So may I then just throw out a counterpoint as to why I wouldn't place it higher, and why it doesn't necessarily, like, whatever we place it,
Yeah.
the reason it only came fourth on mine is simply because, as we've stated again and again, what we like is unique experiences, things that, you know, push the medium, things that tell stories that are interesting with the medium, and Balatro cannot do that. It does not do that. It is mechanics through and through. And it is probably the best you're going to get in terms of pure mechanics, in terms of pure gameplay. There's pretty much nothing else on this list I would point to faster and with less hesitation than Balatro. But if you want something more, if you want it to mean something more, that's what I hold higher, and that's why it didn't get higher.
Yeah.
And that's ultimately how I feel about it.
Seeing a lot of the stuff that's on this list, I'll just put this out here now. I would be totally comfortable with this in like the middle or lower middle or last third of the list.
It's a top 10. That's a good position to be in no matter where it is.
Yeah, I was
As
actually
long as
gonna,
it's here, you've made it.
I was gonna actually propose an order.
Let's hear it.
I'm working
Uh,
on it. I was actually gonna just type the damn thing.
well, while he's doing that, I'll just say that I put Balatro in my honorable mentions out of respect. But playing it was very uh, uncomfortable for me. I believe I talked about that on the show at one point, where I could feel it uh, taking advantage of the chemical imbalances in my brain in a way that was a little frightening, and so I had to put it away after about 10 hours.
So we
Uh,
have four. We have four. The four stages of Balatro enjoyment. We have Will knowing it will be a problem and refusing to engage with it at all. We have Lucas playing it a little, realizing it's a problem and leaving. We have Chris realizing it's a problem and not being as big of a problem for him, and me who is
Writing it
just
out to the conclusion and then walking away.
reveling in it and being like, yes, more. Is that all you've got?
You got
Yeah.
any of that
allowing yourself to
Balastro?
be
Yeah, you got-
consumed by the darkness.
Brian is out here like, it's me. I'm the problem.
It's me. Yeah.
Me. I'm the problem.
I want
Anyway,
you to tell I want you to tell PlayStack that it was me.
it was me. I have proposed an order.
All right.
Okay.
Interesting. So for the listening audience who cannot see the stream right now, the order that Will is proposing is number 1, 1000X Resist. Number 2, Mouthwashing. Number 3, Scald Against the Black Priory. Number 4, Tekken 8. Number 5, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Number 6, Saga Emerald Beyond. Number 7, Pacific Drive. Number 8, MechWarrior 5 Clans. Number 9, Balatro. Number 10, Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord. I will say, I feel pretty good about this order.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it.
Lucas.
I think so. Any particular commentary to pair with that ordering?
So it's a combination of, I think 1000X Resist was on everybody's list except mine. So that seems to be kind of the consensus. Mouthwashing also basically on everybody's list.
I think it's on everyone's list.
I think
Actually,
it's
in
the only
that
game
case,
on
in that
everyone, yeah.
case, in that case, if it's the only
However-
game that's on everybody's list.
However, I think it's also lower
Yeah.
than 1000X Resist on most lists.
The people
Yeah.
who have 1000X Resist, it's way up. Which is
Higher.
which is
Yeah.
why I was like, I feel like this is good.
Yeah. So Scald, just based on what Brian has said about it, seems like it's doing really interesting things. And it seems like a game that all of us would like if we had time to put into it. And just looking at it, seems like definitely that it's that. Tekken is at 4 because it's mechanically excellent. It does everything a fighting game should do. If we're talking about games that are at the peak of their genres, I think more than basically anything else on this list, Tekken is like, this is a fighting game, fighting game,
Yeah.
right?
I feel like
Infinite Wealth-
for Like a Dragon, it's like basically the same thing, but for this RPG. Yeah.
Exactly. And then I put Infinite Wealth at 5 because I think anybody can play Tekken 8 and get it. I think Like a Dragon is based on having to have played, other Yakuza games, right? So I put it down a little bit lower.
That is always the biggest caveat. Your appreciation of it grows the more invested you are in the series. You can
Yeah.
play it after just like 7. You can jump in, probably get something out of it, but boy, does it mean something more.
And then Saga I put there because the way Lucas talked about it just seemed like it deserved to be, fairly high on the list. But it was just Lucas who had played it, so I'm giving Lucas a big benefit of the doubt here. And that-
He also
And
lost a lot of
But
his
I
picks.
accept it.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
also accept this because I appreciate how fucking weird and uncompromising it is in what it wants to do.
Lucas actually did very well in terms of stuff that made the list because he
Yeah.
has 1, 2, 3, 4, which is more than I do on the list. So I put that there because I think Lucas made a really good argument, but it was just him. I put Pacific Drive at 7 because it almost didn't make it on here, but I feel like it grew in our estimation as we talked about it more, and I think it's
I
doing
agree.
things. things that are narratively and mechanically interesting that other games are not doing.
Yeah.
I put MechWarrior here for similar reasons. I think it's a combination of narrative and mechanics puts it up there. I put Balatro at 9 because I think, again, mechanical excellence. And then I put Wizardry at 10 because, I think it deserves to be here, but I also think, like, we're talking about it's built on the foundation of an older game, so I would have problems putting it over a newer game, so I put it at 10.
Yeah, I think those are all really great reasons, and I feel like having the full package. The interesting thing is, it is actually kind of a microcosm of like the critic pick, heart pick sort of a thing, because the heart pick for me would be Balatro, and my critic pick would be 1,000 X Resist. And so yeah, I feel like that, and one of those is I think, but conversely, 1,000 X Resist could absolutely be a game on a heart pick list.
Yeah.
Like, so it fills both roles. Yeah, I respect it. Is there anybody who has any suggestions to add before we get into the top two?
Because they're the only things we haven't talked about at length by now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are we good with the order, I guess is the question.
I think this is the final order. Yes.
Yeah, looks good to me.
Okay.
Okay. Should we
I
talk
guess
about
it's just a case of do we give them their props and
Yes.
then
we
peace
have
on
to,
out.
yeah. Yeah, so let's talk about mouthwashing in 1,000 times. Let's just talk about mouthwashing first because it's number 2, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
if the platformers game of the year is 1,000 times resist, let's talk about that. We'll send it off. So can I talk about mouthwashing because it was my game of the year?
I was absolutely going to pitch that to you for that. Take it away.
Mouthwashing to me is a game about rage. And I've written about this, but I think it is uncompromising. Mouthwashing is going to make you uncomfortable.
I hope
they're
this
gonna be
hurts.
I hope this hurts is like that game's ethos, but it's not talking to you specifically, although it kind of also is. Like mouthwashing's strength is it's quick, it's 3 hours long. It's really smart in the way that it foreshadows a lot of the stuff that happens and uses its mechanics to tell a story where you physically have to go do fairly mundane things that have a big impact later on. A lot of the dialogue that you hear is often hinting at bigger stuff that you don't have context for. And if you play the game again or go back to those sequences, you're like, oh, fuck, they were talking about this.
The foreshadowing is next level. It's insane.
It's really crazy.
I'm going to play it again. Now that the Goaty episode is past, I'm going to go back and play it again.
I think the way that it uses mechanics to tell a story is really, really smart. At one point,
cut the cake, man.
Cut the cake, and then that turns into something else. At one point, you were literally moving away from the words "take responsibility," but unable to look away from them.
No turning back now.
Yeah, no turning back now. And you literally can't. I think the way that it uses non-linear time and non-Euclidean space to tell a story is really clever. But you never lose track of where you are or when you are. And it reveals itself in this way where it's like kind of like looking at a train wreck in slow motion, where about an hour in, you understand what's about to happen and you know how bad it's going to be. And you have.
And then it gets worse.
And then it gets worse.
And then it gets way worse.
Yeah, and it never lets the characters off the hook. It has gorgeous writing. Some of the dialogue in that game is going to stick with me for a really long time.
The Swansea monologue is it's like some of the best writing I've seen in a while. It's so good.
It is so good. And I think what makes me love mouthwashing as much as I do is anybody who tells you that they do not see themselves in a really uncomfortable way in that game is lying. And B, like, it is very uncompromising in the way that it is angry and the things that it is angry about and the way that we are all responsible for the things that we are angry about. And that's rooted in capitalism. That's rooted in our choices, our like looking away from certain things, or, oh, he's an okay guy, or all those other things, right? All those little decisions that add up and ultimately ended up like having the things happen that they do. Mouthwashing is uncompromising and it is remarkable.
It is really good.
Yeah, and I can't talk about specifics without spoiling it for anybody who
Yeah.
hasn't played it.
Which we should not do.
No,
It's 3 hours. It's relatively cheap. Go play it. Go experience it.
Yeah,
I've said that
maybe
to everybody. Go in knowing as little as possible.
possible and go play it, and maybe
Content
don't
warning.
eat while you play it,
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. Don't do that.
especially in the last hour or so.
Although if you're me, you can just do it. Because why? Fuck it.
Yeah.
Why not?
This cake is delicious.
Yeah,
It is. So good.
Yeah, but it is remarkable, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since I played it. So that's mouthwashing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the one line from it that really stuck with me. What was just like I fixed it.
I fixed it. Yeah, the if you have to know one thing about mouthwashing, I would just say go to the Steam page and watch the trailer. But
I would say don't even do that, but yeah.
the ad copy on the Steam page is maybe one of the most interesting things I think I've ever seen, because it's part of the story, right? 5 crew members of the Tulpa are stranded in the empty reaches of space, shrouded in perpetual sunset. God is not watching.
Yep.
That is so evocative and so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Mouthwashing is remarkable. Go play it.
Yeah, go play it. And now for the only game that beat mouthwashing on our top 10 list, I'm going to kick it over to Chris, for whom this is number 1.
Mouthwashing probably would have been here or competing with Infinite Wealth. It was neck and neck between those two, with Balatro coming in third for the whole year. For as long as I played them, they made massive impacts for different reasons, and I respected them for different reasons. 1000X Resist, I heard from Brian months ago, comparatively, and you spoke very highly of it. And afterwards, I believe you said the reason I don't care for mouthwashing quite as much as everyone else is because you had played that. Same thing happened to me. After playing 1000X Resist, mouthwashing, it did not fall in my estimate, but it can't fall in my estimate. It's fucking great. But 1000X Resist is it, but more in so many ways. Less in some ways. It's clumsier in a few. But if mouthwashing has something to say, 1000 Times Resist has so much more to say. It's not always graceful about it. It's not always perfectly executed, but damn near. And not only does what it have to say like reflect both our real world events and such like that, but it doesn't do so in such a way that also compromises its fiction. It tells a sci-fi story, which is a really cool sci-fi story, and it doesn't compromise that to make points about reality or the real world. It does both, and it lands them both excellently. It proceeds in a way that's fascinating, that just had me wanting to learn more, to experience more of these characters as they progressed over time, and to both, grow and diminish in my estimation. Fuck Noah, if you know, you know. And
Be careful what you wish for.
for sure. And yeah, it's so interesting. It's willing to tackle so many cool concepts and ideas and then sit with them in such a way that it really, really does a good job of exploring them. And then at the same time, it then further tackles these really challenging themes. And then again, it brings it back to real world events in its own way. Because there are people listed in the credits as anonymous. This is almost certainly so that they are basically protected from the Chinese government. I would be astonished to learn that this game did not emerge in its first concepts after the Hong Kong protests. Absolutely astonished if that was not the case, because you feel that. And it's done in such a way, and apparently there is the developers have a background in performing arts and interpretive arts and such like that, and it shows.
You can tell, yeah.
The framing of some of these shots, the colors, the lighting, the way it does all that and tells its story, it's beautiful.
The way it
It's
plays
beautiful.
with
It's
perspective.
poignant. Yeah. It's beautiful. It's poignant. It's hard hitting. It's fascinating, and I love it to pieces. It's my game of the year.
Hickey Grace.
Heck yeah, Elmo.
Yeah,
Hair to
I don't.
hair, sphere to square, 6-1,
Yep.
red to blue.
Hair to hair, sister. I don't have a lot to add to that. I second all of that. 1000X Resist is a fantastic game. I am really pleased that I played it earlier in the year so that I had enough time to get through it and talk about it here, so that Chris could play it, and so that I know Will is going to be playing it soon. But yeah, it's what a year. What a year for games.
This is a good fucking list.
Yeah.
It is.
There's a lot of dynamite on this fucking list.
Yep. Oh, and so I think before we end, we should read the list and read our honorable mentions.
All right. You've got do you have the honorable mentions organized?
I was just going to read off the cut list.
Okay. All right. Here we go. The Platformers Game of the Year top 10 for 2024. Number 1, 1000X Resist. Number 2, Mouthwashing. Number 3, Scald Against the Black Priory. Number 4, Tekken 8. Number 5, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Number 6, Saga Emerald Beyond. Number 7, Pacific Drive. Number 8, MechWarrior 5 Clans. Number 9, Balatro. And number 10, Wizardry Proving Grounds of the Mad Overlord.
Also, our honorable mentions: V Rising, Metaphor Refantasio, Marvel Rivals, Read Only Memories Neurodiver, Inkbound, Metal Slug Tactics, Rise of the Ronin, Earth Defense Force 6, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, Yars Rising, Fate Stay Night Remastered, Diablo 4, Vessel of Hatred, Indica, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Vengeance, The Axis Unseen, Dustborn, Shiren the Wanderer, The Mystery Dungeon of Serpent Coil Island, Helldivers 2, Neva, and UFO 50.
Hell yeah.
You could do well with any one of those.
Yeah.
But we had to nail it down to 10, and by God, we nailed it down to 10.
We did it.
All bangers.
All killer, no filler.
That's right.
That's us, baby.
That's true. That is true. That is also true of the hosts of this show. And speaking of these hosts, let's sign off so that everybody can get to playing some of these games, shall we?
Games.
Thanks for
Games.
joining us. Will, thanks for putting forth this idea again. I know you put it out last year. I'm glad we did it this year. I think this was
It's a
this
good
was a lot of
system. I
fun.
like it. We should do it again.
Yeah, we should do it again. Was there I know that I mentioned Balatro was my heart pick and 1000X Resist was my critic pick. Did anybody else have those designations that wanted to mention them?
1000X Resist and Yakuza in that order for heart and critic respective.
Gotcha.
I think probably Mouthwashing critically, and then Dustborn maybe is the heart pick.
I think Fate Stay Night was a heart pick. And then I think Saga would be my critic pick as well.
Gotcha. Dope. All right. Thank you all for joining us for this episode, this very, very special Game of the Year 2024 episode of the Platformers. If you like the show, leave us a review or tell somebody about it. We love talking to all of you, so come join us on social media. You can find me on Blue Sky and Backlogged at Brian Barnett, BrianBarnett, and Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube at Ribnax, RIBNAX. We stream at twitch.tv/Ribnax. Typically on Mondays at around 7 p.m. Central Time. And then those VODs go up on the YouTube channel. Yeah, that's how it goes. Thanks for hanging out with us on this very beefy episode where we talk about only greatness. Chris, where can everybody find you?
Hey, my name's Chris Cornelise. You can find me around the internet as Delpheir, Delfeir. My website is at versusthebacklog.com. That's vsthebacklog.com, one word. You can find me here most weeks, and other than that, if you see me around the internet, say hi. Got some stuff cooking, which should be fun. How about you, Will?
You can find me on Blue Sky at Edgar Allan Bro. On Twitter still, for some reason, at by Will Burger if you want to come say hi. I've just reviewed Ninja Gaiden 2 Black over at IGN, and I'm working on a final review of Synduality Echoes of Veda at Echo of Veda, sorry, at this very moment. But you can also check out, my preview of Karma of the Dark World. You can check up some upcoming stuff I've got to check. News, many, many exciting things in the fire. And also, you can find me here most weeks. Lucas, where can the people find you?
I'm Lucas White. You can find me on Blue Sky at Hokuto Lucas. Most of my writing is at Shack News. Most recently reviewed Spirit Swap and Citizen Sleeper 2.
I'm
Oh my
so
God.
ready for that one. I gotta play that soon.
Dude, now that we can talk about those games, I play both of those games. Those are so fucking good, dude. Oh my God.
That's for next week. Please continue.
That's
Lucas.
for next year for this episode.
Yeah.
I'm also writing news at restart.run. There's some very interesting and strange stuff going on over there. That's for sure. They have comic strips. That's been cute. And maybe a little bit here and there Kotaku. That's about it for now. Yeah.
All right, guys. From everybody here at the Platformers, we hope you have a wonderful week and a great year. And stay safe out there, because until next time, we are out.
Hecky Grace.
Peace.
Goodbye.